Good day, everyone. MSNBC election headquarters in New York. I'm Andrea Mitchell, here with my colleagues, Chris Jansing and Katie Tur. And as the nation sends former President Donald Trump back to the White House following a massive realignment of the American electorate.
In all of American history, they've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense.
His win marking the first time in 20 years that a Republican is on track to win the national popular vote. 71.6 million Americans casting ballots for him, with more still to be counted. Mr. Trump could secure a possible sweep of all 7 battleground states. But results in Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona are still too close to call. Republicans making historic gains among Latino voters, especially Latino men. The predicted gender gap was not as deep as pollsters expected or as wide as Vice President Harris needed to win. But there was a noticeable shift towards Trump among young men, including first-time voters, who chose Trump over Harris in striking numbers. Harris will speak today at 4 Eastern at her alma mater, Howard University, where she had expected to be holding a victory celebration last night. On Capitol Hill, Republicans have secured control of the Senate with a net gain of at least 3 seats, big wins in Ohio, Montana, and West Virginia, and 6 other Senate seats still not yet called. At this hour, control of the House is up for grabs with 54 uncalled races. And this all raising questions about the legal cases against the president-elect. His legal team is already evaluating its next steps for getting the 4 criminal cases against him resolved, according to a source. We begin at the big board with NBC's Ali Vitale. Ali, which big races are we still waiting for?
Well, Andrea, you pointed out the presidential battlegrounds that have yet to be called. Of course, Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan. When you get to the Senate contests, it's also a little bit murkier of a map because we know that Republicans are going to hold the Senate majority. By how much is really the question. 2 of the races that I'm looking at very closely, Nevada, where Senator Jackie Rosen is hoping to hold on here, but you just see how tight these margins are as votes continue to come in Nevada. That's one of the key races that I'm watching closely. And then, of course, when you get over to Pennsylvania, we spent a lot of time talking about Pennsylvania. This race still too close to call as Senator Bob Casey tries to defend the seat that he's held from challenger Dave McCormick, one of the top Republican recruits that we have seen this cycle. So still a map with some stuff to fill in as we wait for the Senate, the House, and then, of course, what the final Electoral College vote total will be for President Trump.
All right, Ali, in case you didn't see it yesterday, I first have to give a shout out to Katie Tur, who, at least in terms of timing,
and I was like, what are you about to say?
Said that this was going to be called in the morning hours of today.
And we all laughed at her.
Yeah. I will say, you know, there is close to half of the country who woke up this morning in some state of anywhere from disappointment to despair, frankly. Walk us through these surprises. It is a multi-ethnic, multi-generational coalition that Donald Trump and Republicans secured here.
What's so stunning to me, Chris, as you give kudos to Katie, is that 8 years ago, she and I, at around 4 or 5 in the morning, were sitting at the Hilton Midtown just a few blocks from here, seeing this race be called and have it wrap up in 2016. The fact that it happened in similar timing fashion now in 2024, of course, notable, and kudos to Katie on the timing. But when you talk about the realignments that we've seen in this electorate, one of the key things that I was looking at and did a bunch of reporting around was the way that white women would vote, or if they would change their political stripes from past election cycles. We went into this knowing that white women voters tend to skew slightly more conservative, and certainly we saw that in 2020 and again in 2024. But the reality for Trump is that even as he lost vote margin there, Democrats were able to keep it somewhat close closer this cycle. Maybe that's because of abortion concerns. Maybe that's because of small d democracy concerns. We saw both of those show up in exit polls. Certainly that was notable. And then when you look at white suburban women, this was another group of voters that I think there were questions around if Trump would collapse in the suburbs and if he would collapse in the suburbs with white women voters. You can see here that that's not what happened, and instead he was able to win the majority vote share of white suburban women. It sort of paints the picture that for Trump, there was not as big a collapse in the suburbs as people surmised that there might be, and he was also able to build his margins with other key groups of voters that we hadn't necessarily seen him or Republicans do that with before, specifically talking about Latino voters. The fact that here you see a 13-point climb for him between 2020 and 2024, this is one of the key things that I know Maurice Teresa and others have been talking about throughout the day. Where did this alignment come from, especially given Trump's focus on immigration and the border as such a key issue? This is one that I think we're going to be breaking down for quite a while here. And then the other thing that I think we were looking at is Trump's support among black voters. On the margins, it stayed the same between 2020 and 2024. But when you actually get into, and if this thing will let me move to the next page, when you actually get into states where it fundamentally mattered and shifted the way that the votes counted out, you saw in a state like North Carolina, for example, Trump was able to build his margins with black voters from 7% in 2020 to 12% in 2024. We knew this was going to be a game of inches from the very beginning. The fact that you're seeing this play out, just a few points can make key differences in battlegrounds like North Carolina, like Georgia, like others, and that's how we ended up with a race that shook out as it did.
Ali Vitale sharing in the 2016 deja vu. Ali, thank you very much. And here with us now is New York Times Chief White House Correspondent Peter Baker, Maria Teresa Kumar, President and CEO of Voto Latino, and former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. So, Peter, I want to just read from your latest piece. You always so well encapsulate the moment. I think you did so today as well. You say, rather than be turned off by Mr. Trump's flagrant anger-based appeals along lines of race, gender, religion, national origin, and especially transgender identity, many Americans found them bracing. Rather than be offended by his brazen lies and wild conspiracy theories, many found him authentic. Rather than dismiss him as a felon found by various courts to be a fraudster, cheater, sexual abuser, and defamer, many embraced his assertion that he has been the victim of persecution. How do you explain this morning, Peter, why this happened, why so many people in this country embraced all these things about Donald Trump?
Yeah, he's kind of become a national Rorschach test in some ways, right? We see him now through our own lens. We are a tribal country. It's an us against them kind of moment in our history. And as we saw in the polls, they didn't move very much over the course of this campaign. People were locked in early on to their candidate, whoever it might be. You either liked Trump or you didn't like Trump. And all information then about him was processed through that decision. And if it was negative, that meant it was the elites just kind of coming down hard on him because they're elites, and that's what elites do. And they're looking down on him, they're looking down on us. A lot of his voters obviously felt that way. Whereas a lot of people who don't like him were like astonished, of course, waking up this morning, who might not have stayed up too late, to discover that somebody who has had all of these scandals, has had all of these legal issues, who's been found guilty and liable for all these things, could now be the next president-elect, the first criminal president we've ever had.
It is interesting when you look at his history because, Mr. Secretary, if you go back to when he was in business and you talk to people in New York who were in business with him, worked with him, they will say, terrible businessman, good marketer. A lot of the names that he had plastered on buildings were not his buildings, for example. Right. When he went on television, he became this very successful businessman that a lot of his contemporaries said he wasn't. Which brings me to the message that you understand very clearly, which is national security. The message that he gave on national security was far from traditional for either Republicans or Democrats. It was laser focused on the border, that to keep us safe, it wasn't about NATO, it wasn't about funding, it was about the border. Is that a messaging superiority? What do you see what happened?
It's a messaging superiority that works with his voters, obviously, because he keeps hammering it over and over, and it's his default message as well. I'm sure his people will give him issues to talk about, but he always reverts back to the border over and over again. This third time around with this campaign, and it manages to resonate with a large segment of his base, even though.
But do Democrats let him get away with it? Do they not answer with a clear message?
Not a clear message that will answer it with respect to his base. You know, I said publicly on the network across the street that
That's
I thought,
Fox, by the way.
that I didn't think I was allowed to mention that, but that I thought that Kamala Harris would be tougher on border security than Joe Biden because of her law enforcement background. And that's simply not something that the Trump base wants to hear. They've heard over and over again, they've had it beat into them that Biden and Harris are weak on border security. They're going to let people in, and I'm not. Even though, when you look at the numbers, you actually look at the numbers of border crossings, it began to skyrocket on Donald Trump's watch. The third year he was in office in 2019, it reached almost 1 million. And so it's an aura, it's an image, it's a persona, and this notion of mass deportations is, even if you ask somebody like Tom Homan, who is a huge Trump supporter, will tell you that we just don't have the resources to do that. It's a bumper sticker.
He wants to do it, though.
Well, let me ask you about national security. Let me follow up on that, because you were a consumer of intelligence as Homeland Secretary, as General Counsel at the Pentagon before that.
Yes.
You're an attorney. And Donald Trump, during his tenure in Helsinki, embraced Vladimir Putin and disavowed his own intelligence agencies to the point where the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, issued a real-time statement while Trump was at the summit in Helsinki, which cost him his job. Dan Coates lost his job.
Right.
Which cost Sue Gordon her job, a career person. There were attempts to, take apart the intelligence agencies that did not succeed, with people very close to him whom he put in his final year because there were guardrails.
Right.
And he embraced Netanyahu, who has already called him to congratulate him, told him in public in Mar-a-Lago on July 26th, finish it off in Gaza, do what you can, go after Iran. I mean, and finish the war. I could finish the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. He said that during this campaign. So what are the implications for concessions to Putin at a negotiating table for Zelensky? I mean, Donald Trump single-handedly stopped Republican funding of the war in Ukraine at a critical juncture last winter, letting Russia advance in Advika and other places, and Ukraine retreat. So is Zelensky going to be forced into a negotiation? Does Netanyahu have free rein? Did he hold up a ceasefire just waiting for Trump? I mean, what are these big implications, and will the national intelligence agencies be taken apart?
Let me add to what you said. We know that President Trump takes it upon himself to share intelligence with whomever. We know about certain instances. There are probably many, many more that we don't know about.
The Russian ambassador in the Oval Office.
Right, we know about that one. That was a big one because that compromised serious sources and means, possibly. And we know about Mar-a-Lago, of course. Trying to discern a foreign policy from out of Donald Trump, when, as far as I can tell, it's all largely transactional with people who know how to manipulate him, people who know how to speak his language, people that we know he respects and even admires and worships.
And we should say this has been said by 24 former Trump national security officials in a letter, including Mattis, Kelly, Milley, Esper.
Correct. And the thing that troubles me perhaps the most is you won't have people like that working in this next administration. Because he won't want them, and they probably don't want to be hired in the first place. Who knows who the next DNI is going to be? It won't be somebody the quality of Avril Haines, I can guarantee that.
Maria, I want to get you into this conversation. Obviously, we've spent a little time now on national security. Peter's explained just the realignment and what Americans have been embracing. I wonder, as you look toward this next 4 years, I know that's kind of trying to put yourself far in the future. What are you thinking about? Where do your first thoughts go?
You know, I mean, I think and we were talking about this in the green room. You know, when Trump was elected the first time in 2016, we all were kind of on pins and needles saying, well, he's not really going to do what he said he's going to do. And then he went ahead and did exactly what he was going to do. And I think coming in today, I have to say, it was more of a recognition that we have to have better conversations with the country on what this means, because the implications, not just for the most marginalized among us here in the United States, but abroad, is very real. There's a new realignment happening that I don't know if folks will completely comprehend. We can look at the issues of how he doesn't believe in climate change. Those are really big issues that not only will impact us here in the United States, but globally. He doesn't believe in vaccines if he puts Kennedy Jr. there. Well, you know who's going to be really suffering is Gavi. Gavi is basically one of the largest international organizations when it comes to vaccination of children. And today, we are still not at vaccination levels of 2019. This is decimating. And so one of the things that takes stock is, like, what didn't we do? What did we miss? Every single poll missed this tide of the American public. And I do think that when we talk about where we are, there is a new realignment of a coalition of folks that are not getting by. You have massive amount of Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're not getting the economic relief that they need to feel like they're going to be better off tomorrow than their parents. You look at the Latino community, 70% of the Latino community work in construction, or farm workers, or hospitality. Those aren't union jobs. They're trying to say, you're telling me that I need to care about X, but what I need to figure out is how do I pay rent? And Trump, whether you like it or not, he had that populist message. And while the Democrats have actual material policies for them, that populist message did not break through.
Let's head to Florida, where we expect to hear from the president-elect later today. NBC's Dasha Burns is in West Palm Beach. Dasha, you've been covering him, and you understand him better than most people. How determined do you think he is to carry out what he has said? He has said that he tried last time and was prevented by the deep state, or whatever you want to call it. There are not going to be those guardrails this time.
Yeah, Andrea, his campaign and the former president himself have been saying that, look, when he first got to Washington, he was inexperienced. He didn't have his sea legs. He didn't know the people. And frankly, he did not have the kind of command of the Republican Party that he does now. This feels very different. His team is more of a machine. He has people behind him that are on board with what he wants to do. He said last night, because of the margins in this race especially, and because he's got the Senate, we'll see what happens with the House, but he's got the Senate where a lot of those confirmations will have to go through. He feels like he has a mandate to enact some of those sweeping changes that he's been talking about, from foreign policy to health care. He shouted out Robert F. Kennedy Jr. last night. You guys were just talking about that. Robert F. Kennedy sources telling me that he plans to play a really big role when it comes to public health. Also, Elon Musk, the tech mogul, has talked about slashing government spending by potentially trillions. Well, he spent tens of millions of dollars boosting Trump, and those two are very, very close now. So expect him to play a big role. And then, of course, you've had him talking on the campaign trail now for a very long time about his plans on immigration for basically day one, to shut down the border and to start enacting a massive deportation operation. He feels like he has a command of Washington now, of the language, of the processes, and now that he feels emboldened by not only the results in the battlegrounds, but by the popular vote, he feels very confident going into this transition and into the White House, guys.
Dasha Burns, thank you so much. And up next, more on how Democrats missed the mark with a growing group of Latino voters and how their choice helped shift the election. We'll be right back.
Among the many factors Democrats will have to closely examine in this election's post-mortem will be the dramatic swing by Latino voters toward Donald Trump, with 45% of Latino voters backing him this year compared to 32% in 2020. And that number is even greater when broken down by gender. More than half of Latino men supporting Donald Trump this time around, compared to just 36% 4 years ago. back with us, Maria Teresa Kumar, Peter Baker, and Jay Johnson. So, Maria, you touched on this a moment ago, talking about the immediate everyday worries of Latino voters. And the Democrats have policies, certainly, but they weren't messaging the same way that Donald Trump was. And his campaign had always said that our message will beat it out. It's not the immigration issue is not forefront. What the issue is that people care about is economics. It's how are they going to pay their bills. So, in trying to figure out a way to get Latino voters back to the Democratic Party, how do the Democrats regroup?
Well, I think that there has to be a lot of soul searching of what just happened. I mean, if you actually look at the alignment that we're talking about, it was disproportionately non-college educated people that voted for Donald Trump. And it was them sounding the alarm is that we are not okay. I mean, right now the stock market is raging, but for a very few amount of people that will actually be able to capitalize on that. And for the Democrats who have been the party of the people, they haven't been able to actually talk to them in a way that is delivering immediately.
Why not?
If you look at if you look at the Latino community, they were at the forefront. We have been at the forefront of COVID devastation. We were at the forefront of the pandemic and inflationary pressures. We did not see a lift like the rest of the country did fast enough. And I think that they were open to saying, wait, at the minimum, he could be a racist, but I was getting a relief check.
Does this... You spoke to the education divide, which replicates the divide that we see in the white community between college-educated voters and non-college-educated voters. And it seems to me that, you know this far better than I do, but the Democratic Party has been far too monolithic about its view of the Hispanic community. There are different Hispanic.
Now I need a drink. Yes,
as you know so well, and there are many who really are more similar to the white, angry, frightened people that we find in the Midwest and in the red South for their children, for their living. They're not unionized. They're not represented.
Yeah, I would say less angry and frustrated, and in some cases heartbroken. I will tell you that when we would go and talk to folks in Arizona and Nevada, they'd say one of the reasons that we voted for the Democratic Party is that they promised that my loved one was going to have some sort of immigration relief, and they haven't even been able to do that.
They're left behind.
Right? They haven't even been able to do that. Right? And so when you talk about the issues that Latinos didn't care about immigration, they cared about safeguarding their loved one. What was happening at the border was impacting them. And this is where I think, and I had this conversation with the White House, is like, we need to explain to the American people what is happening at the border is actually part of a realignment in the Western Hemisphere. That's an international issue.
That's a complicated message. But I want to talk about immigration. And Jay, I'd love your thoughts on this. I also want Peter Baker's thoughts, because David Leonhardt had a really good, he's got a book out on immigration, explaining the origins of it and how we got to the point where we are and the changes that happened in the 60s with the new laws and what led to family migration, otherwise known as chain migration. Have the Democrats taken the immigration issue seriously enough? Have they addressed it adequately enough? I think you could argue no, given the results of the election.
Right, obviously, but
I mean, you have a sizable number of Latino voters in the last few weeks that we've seen in polling support deporting undocumented.
Yes.
So
I think that the results of those exit polls show that the assumptions are wrong. The old rules are wrong. The assumption was that a candidate like Trump, who talks about Mexican rapists, who has a rally where they talk about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage, who insults and demeans and diminishes and talks about how immigrants are vermin who need to be cleansed from the country, would by definition offend the Latino community. And that obviously is not true for many of them. Obviously, they did not see it that way. Now, why is that? Is that economics? That's one issue.
Yeah.
A woman candidate on the other side, maybe that's something there. Maybe it's about the idea that I was legal and people who are not legal, shouldn't get a break, and I didn't get a break. I've heard that from immigrants before.
Yeah, but I can tell you, like, the reason that Arizona flipped for the Democrats was because there was a promise on the table of providing relief for their loved ones. That never materialized. And absent that, they said, well, I can't pay my rent. you don't talk to me about the issues that I care about, and you didn't safeguard my loved ones, I'm going to be open to someone that
And Georgia
maybe.
and Pennsylvania have
Yes.
these huge Hispanic populations now.
Well, it's 5%. I mean, in both cases, one is 4% of the population in Georgia and 5% in Pennsylvania.
But they're in key
and
counties, and
they're
and
key counties. But I do think that is, the broader narrative is that it wasn't just the Latino, it was the male Latino vote specifically, but it was everybody. White women did not come to Kamala Harris the way people expected.
Yeah. Well, I
And
think the
it's
educational divide.
It is very big.
I was texting with a elected in Pennsylvania who was trying to explain to me what he saw, and frankly, he told me long before I heard it from anybody else that he thought there were problems in Pennsylvania. He was seeing it on the ground. And he said he was talking to a prison guard about why he's voting for Trump. And he said, as clear as day to me, Democrats make me feel bad about who I am. It's the talking down that some people feel maybe they don't have a college degree. Maybe their job isn't white collar. Is that an issue that Democrats have looked at seriously enough?
No, I think what he is saying is this idea that all of a sudden it's almost your fault for not being able to make your ends meet. But they're doing it all. I mean, when we were going knocking on doors in Nevada, it was, again, a lot of folks doing really hard work, but they felt demoralized because they didn't feel like they had been seen. And these are the folks that are day in and day out representing the community. And I do think that this is going to be, we're all going to talk about an autopsy, but the autopsy is going to be very much, why is the Democratic Party, who represents the want of the working class, not meeting it?
And it's not telling voters that, it's the Republicans' fault because they killed the bipartisan bill.
No.
That's not addressing the issue at all.
People want to pay their rent.
Yeah.
I'd like to come back to the so-called Latino vote. I'll never forget a visit I had to Laredo, Texas, February 2016. I was with the local congressman, Henry Cuellar. Laredo, Texas is 85% Democratic, 85% Mexican-American. And he said to me, people here want us to be fair, humane toward migrants, but they also want the border under control because they live on the border. And I have heard what Peter has said a number of times, the Latino voter, by definition, because they are a voter, because they are a citizen, there's a sentiment, I did it the right way. Everyone should arrive here the right way, like I did. I think that the mistake we make continually is because for a long time there was a black vote in this country where African Americans did, in fact, and still do to a large extent, vote in a block, 90% Democratic. We tend to assume that other demographic groups will do the same thing.
That's because we view Hispanics as minorities.
We view
Latinos
as a block that will vote, that can move one way or another depending on 3 or 4 different issues, and that's so not true. I happen to believe there is no Latino vote. I think that it's a community that's far too diverse. And as Teresa says, they're concerned about the economy and so forth. You can't just talk to the Latino vote in this country to the extent it exists on 3 or 4 issues and expect them to respond in unity.
Well, they want people to deliver. And I think that's what's going to, the fact that even you saw the youth vote break almost even, they want to be able to deliver on economic issues, and that hasn't materialized fast enough.
Hold those thoughts, because up next we're going to look ahead to January 20th and how the new Trump administration plans to hit the ground running. We'll be right back.
President-elect Donald Trump has promised, among other things, mass deportations of immigrants, an overhaul of climate and health regulations, and retribution against his perceived enemies. He won overwhelmingly, despite the dire warnings of his top military advisors. And billionaire Elon Musk and RFK Jr. could potentially join the Trump administration. Joining our conversation, Washington Post senior national correspondent Ashley Parker. Good to see you, Ashley. When you look at these numbers, I don't think it's anything short of astonishing. He won Florida by roughly 13. That's 10 more than in 2020. Texas moved 10 in his favor. Ohio, he won by 11. Blue states, New York moved 13 points toward him. Virginia, 6 points toward him. You were there last night. Talk about what you saw in this room after this remarkable defeat and what you're hearing going forward.
So one thing I was struck by, having been there also on election night when he won a race he didn't even think he was going to win truly in 2016, was just how different his sort of, not really acceptance, but his election night speech was. In 2016, it was sort of much tighter, much more disciplined, much more unifying. It fit into that then popular genre of the sort of speech where he might grow into the presidency and become presidential. And last night, you know, when he took the stage a little after 2:30 a.m., it was rambling. It felt a bit like a truncated rally. He went on a discursive riff about watching one of Elon Musk's rockets launch and then come back to Earth. He attacked the media in an election night speech, and it just reminded me of something that has sort of been borne out throughout this campaign, and I think is instructive about where we go from here, which is that Trump had a much more disciplined, competent, savvy campaign team, but he ran again truly as himself and unapologetically as himself throughout, to the very last day, and to how he handled himself on election night. And I think that is the sort of Trump, a president now who is angry about a lot of things, who has said that he is bent on retribution and revenge, and who enters this White House with a mandate, you know, potentially winning every single battleground state. How he will enter the White House and how he will likely lead as president.
Yeah, every battleground state, potentially the popular vote. We have, I believe it's 5 outstanding Senate races. If the Republicans win those, you have to ask yourself who's going to be around Donald Trump. And with a Senate spread like that, if it ends up being toward the Republicans, who he's going to be able to put around himself more easily. Ashley, do you have a sense of who his inner circle is and who might follow him to the White House, be put into key positions in the cabinet?
Well, the biggest and the first decision he really has to make is who his chief of staff will be. And there's good money that a leading contender is Susie Wiles, who's basically his campaign manager, who is sort of the adult professional who kept this campaign quite disciplined with, I don't want to say no infighting, but certainly with less infighting than we've seen in previous iterations, and who is quite good at handling and managing Trump. So it'll be interesting to see if she goes into the White House and tries to professionalize it. Of course, for his Attorney General, he has been very clear that he, to put it mildly, does not want someone in the model of Merrick Garland. He wants someone who will function as his personal lawyer, an advocate to take revenge on his enemies. So that is certainly a key person to watch. And then again, this has been said before, but a lot of the guardrails are gone. When he won the first time, he'd never run for anything before. He wasn't a creature of Washington. That was an advantage. But when he won, he had to rely on a lot of sort of traditional establishment Republicans, Washington hands who knew how to do these things. Now either he doesn't want those people because he's had a falling out, or they don't want to come back in, sort of for the same yin and yang reasons. And so the people he's surrounding himself with are the ones who are willing to, much more increasingly willing to carry out some portions of his agenda that are more controversial, do whatever he says. But also, it's important to note, a lot of them now have a better understanding of the federal bureaucracy and how to get things done. Trump took power the first time, and it took him a while to realize it wasn't like running the Trump organization. It wasn't like being in a monarchy. He wasn't actually king. That was quite disappointing. But now he will have the people who can help him be more efficient.
And Jay Johnson, earlier, as Ashley says, there were guardrails. During his term, there was Mattis. There was Kelly for a while. After January 6th, there were Milley, and there was also Esper. There were others who agreed, Pompeo then after January 6th. They agreed informally I like to think of it as a virtual 25th Amendment, not to carry out any national security order without consulting each other and without second-guessing the president. It's not constitutional, but it worked. They felt that was the insurance policy, and that won't exist. And as Ashley said, there will be other people, Rick Grinnell, Stephen Miller, Kash Patel, who were not as effective in their positions and now could go in unleashed, especially depending on whether they can be confirmed, depending on those remaining Senate seats that are still not called.
This is the thing I worry about perhaps the most. First time around, I'm sure President Trump felt really good about himself. Hey, a 4-star Marine general wants to come work for me. And I'm sure he felt empowered by that. And I know why John Kelly, Jim Mattis agreed to serve. I know why John Kelly agreed to be my successor, because I spoke to him about it. He wanted to serve the country. And over the course of 4 years, people like John Kelly, Jim Mattis, Dan Coates were systematically driven out because Trump got tired of being told, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. And they were either fired or they quit, even all the way to the end. Mark Esper, he would have fired Mark Milley, except for the fact that he's a 4-star general, and he couldn't figure out how to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And there won't be those people this time around, because he won't want them, and they probably won't want to serve in the first place, because they've seen that movie and they know how it ends.
And in fact, Maria, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard spoke to one of the people who's been talked about. And in fact, Trump has said he would like to have, as part of his second administration, as a health star, and that is RFK Jr. Here's his conversation with Vaughn Hilliard, really just a short time ago.
I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccines. I've never been anti-vaccine.
You will not take any vaccine that is currently on the market.
I'm not. If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. Whatever we were doing in this country was the worst of every country in the world.
So in order to do that, you say clearing out the corruption in your terms. Would that mean clearing out the top level federal service workers that are currently at the FDA and the CDC?
In some categories, I would say, why do we have Fruit Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you go to Canada and it's got 2 or 3?
Maria, to the Secretary's point, which is that he was very proud of having 4-star generals, for example. He likes people who are successful. He likes people who have burnished credentials that he feels like somehow rub off on him. What do you make of what RFK Jr. just said and the possibility of how you see an administration and how he staffs it?
Well, I think now he just wants people that are yes men. And I think it's going to be disproportionately men. And he is going to bring in RFK and this idea that he is going to be a health czar. You heard him say there that we're consuming things that we shouldn't, and not everybody needs vaccines if they don't. I mean, these are really broad implications, but not just implications for the impact here in the United States, but we are the world leader when it comes to encouraging other more marginalized countries to have vaccinations. We are the ones that are basically creating and setting up an international development program. That's decimated. And I think that we have to be very modestly cautious of how we're going to proceed, because I do think that we are now in a different alignment of the world order, where we're not bringing in the best and the brightest. We're bringing in the folks that are basically it's going to be a grift, unfortunately. That could be a broader conversation, but it's really a challenge.
All right, Ashley Parker, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. And coming up next, how the relationships between America and its allies will change during a second Trump term. We will be right back.
President-elect Donald Trump has laid out positions toward allies and adversaries that depart sharply from U.S. foreign policy by most of his predecessors from both political parties, embracing Vladimir Putin and other dictators, Viktor Orban, around the world, opposing the war in Ukraine, disavowing U.S. intelligence assessments and career diplomats. And when he was in the Oval Office, starting a trade war with China. Some world leaders are celebrating Trump's victory, while others are trying to put on a brave face. Joining the discussion now is NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, there is a divide. Europe, very worried. The Persian Gulf leaders, MBS and others in Saudi Arabia and UAE are delighted. They have been, very upset with Democrats ever since Barack Obama was in the White House. And they are very pleased with Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many people sitting on the fence. You either love him or you hate him. And if you love him,
Netanyahu has embraced him and already
Netanyahu is having the best day probably in the last year. Netanyahu has made it quite clear that he wants a new vision for the Middle East. He believes that Donald Trump is going to, help take him there. It's a vision of the Middle East in which Iran is significantly diminished, maybe regime change in Iran, maybe attacking their oil facilities and energy facilities, which President Biden had explicitly said no to. We'll see about a ceasefire in Gaza, but I don't know if you noticed a couple of days ago, Jared Kushner put out a tweet saying he doesn't support a ceasefire, that now is a historic opportunity not to have a ceasefire and go back to the way things they were, but to transform the Middle East and enact this new vision of a Middle East with diminished Iran, diminished Hezbollah, diminished Hamas, a new kind of Middle East with the United States, President Trump, and Netanyahu working in lockstep to get there.
And Palestinian rights, which the Saudis paid lip service to at first and then more fully embraced, because after the uproar over Gaza and the way Palestinian civilians were treated, they had to as the price for normalization with Israel. But certainly King Abdullah and Jordan and others, and maybe even the Saudis. King Abdullah has to because of the Palestinian population and him being next door to the West Bank. But Palestinian rights, particularly in Gaza, much less important. And then Zelensky. The pressure on Zelensky to negotiate with Ukraine, as we said just a few minutes ago, Donald Trump said he could settle that war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Yeah, I've been speaking to Ukrainians yesterday on Election Day, and then today, the day after. We're now all here trying to figure out what this means, and every country is trying to do the same thing. Everyone was watching this story. Everyone is now trying to figure out what the day after means. And you saw President Zelensky was one of the first people to come out and say, oh, we're on the same page, that he embraces President Trump's vision for peace through strength. Of course he doesn't embrace President Trump's vision for what's going to happen in Ukraine, but he's trying to curry some favor because his future, Ukraine's future, the war's future, very much depends on ongoing U.S. military support. But there's also an irony here. The Biden policy wasn't particularly working well for Ukraine. What has been happening for the last couple of years in Ukraine has been the United States has been sending Ukraine weapons, but not enough weapons to win, just enough weapons to keep the war going. So many Ukrainians have actually come to the conclusion that they probably can't take back militarily alone that part of eastern Ukraine. They can't take back Crimea with military means alone. Zelensky, diplomatically, politically, for his own politics, can't really sign a peace deal giving away all of this territory to Russia. So forcing him into an agreement might not be totally unpopular among all Ukrainians.
Trump can veto, any member can, NATO admission for Ukraine.
Then there's NATO. Ukraine, where Ukraine was and what Ukraine was hoping to be 2 days ago, is not where Ukraine is right now. Ukraine has to try and figure out, based on what I'm reading the tea leaves, how to live in this new reality where the military funding is going to get cut, where they're going to be forced to the negotiating table. Can they spin this into a positive? Can they say, okay, the war as we were fighting it was costing us a lot of soldiers, costing us a lot of injuries, costing us a lot of money, made us totally dependent on the whims of American politics, which is not necessarily a position that any country wants to be in. Can they spin this into some sort of positive where they have a ceasefire, get an aid package, try and transform their country? But it is not the vision of a victorious Ukraine that has been sold to the Ukrainian people for the last 3 years or so, or sold to NATO.
And there's a larger NATO question, right, about whether even Donald Trump, who in his first foreign trip made it clear he wasn't so crazy about the organization, he has pushed it. He considers one of his big strengths that he got the other countries to ante up more. What happens to NATO under the second term?
I mean, you can make the argument that NATO is basically a dead letter. at this point. He did try to get out in his first term. It was people like John Kelly and John Bolton who stopped him at that point. But he has said since then repeatedly that Russia can do whatever it wants. That's his phrase, with any NATO ally who doesn't pay up, as he puts it, enough to spend on its own military. Well, that means Article 5 doesn't mean anything. Article 5 says all NATO members come to the defense of the other NATO members if attacked. In effect, that's a mutual defense assurance. If you don't have that as an inviolable provision of the NATO Charter, it is meaningless. What adversary takes it seriously now that Donald Trump is coming back in saying, I don't really care about Lithuania. You want to do something with Lithuania? It's fine. Even though Lithuania, by the way, does spend quite a lot on its own defense. When he was in office, we wrote in our book that he was told that how NATO worked. He says, you mean I have to go to war if Russia attacks Lithuania? Yes, sir, you do. Well, that's crazy, he said. Now,
if he doesn't believe in NATO and has made it clear he doesn't believe in NATO, then NATO has a real problem.
So what are the consequences of this?
So as we're talking, I'm thinking American foreign policy for generations was defined as John F. Kennedy said it in his inaugural address. We will support any friend, oppose any foe for the survival and defense of liberty. Now, Trump's foreign policy seems to be we're all chumps here in the U.S., like a landlord in a bad lease. Why are we helping this country halfway across the world and not getting anything in return for it? And I'm the master deal maker. Just put me in a room with these two guys and I can make a deal. And then the whole thing. That's now what American foreign policy, I think, is.
It's worth remembering, by the way, Trump didn't just say that he can solve the war in 24 hours, which he did. He said he will do that before the inauguration. So in the next 76 days, at some point,
I guess it should be today, right?
It could be, right? It should be. It's 24 hours.
I guess when he figured out a way around the.
But if he doesn't believe in NATO, he doesn't appreciate what it's done. NATO was set up, just so everybody understands, after World War II, and it has established and sort of codified American dominance over the world, particularly over Europe, since then.
Right.
If you don't see a value in that entity that has given American power such preeminence, then you don't see the world.
And
he misstates the fact that the Europeans have contributed
Why do you think Russia
so
hates
much
it so much? Why do you think Putin hates it so much if it was totally valueless?
The only time it's been used, Article 5, was in our defense after 9/11.
And he completely misstates that Europe is contributing to Ukraine as much or more than we do at various times, much more than we did during the holdup on the supplemental. Absolutely. And much more of their GDP than we are, especially from the Scandinavian countries.
So I would say Putin's having a good day, Netanyahu's having a good day, Palestinians in Gaza are not having a good day at all because it doesn't seem like their cause is going to be a priority at all. Iran should be concerned. I think when you talk about what Netanyahu's vision is, UAE, Saudi, also in a good mood.
And the Baltic states are scared.
And the Baltic states are scared because of the NATO and because of the lack of concern about keeping the Ukraine war going.
Richard Engel, it's so good to have you here. It's a good chance to be able to say to you face to face how much we appreciate what you do.
Well, you know why I'm here? This is the biggest story in the world, bar none.
Yep.
Yesterday, I spoke to a senior Middle Eastern royal, a prime minister, 2 European officials, a Ukrainian soldier. The only thing they were talking about was this election, and all of them anticipated that Trump was going to win. Seen from the outside, it was pretty obvious. I think I came into this city and in this building, people weren't sure, and maybe he was going to have some improvements, and Harris was going to have some improvements in the last couple of days. But looking from the outside in, when you can sometimes see the forest and not just looking at all the different trees, it seemed pretty obvious. You know, you had a guy who'd survived 2 assassination attempts. He's been doing this for 9 years. He's got a big personality, a charismatic leader. He has a machine behind him. And she came in the last minute, wasn't a particularly strong vice president, wasn't a particularly strong campaigner, candidate. It seemed obvious looking from the outside in.
Richard Engel, good to have you. Peter Baker, Jay Johnson, thanks to all of you. We're just getting started with our special coverage. We're going to be right back with more reaction following the election of Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Good day and welcome to MSNBC's special coverage of the election of Donald Trump. What do Democrats do now? At some point today, Kamala Harris is expected to call Trump to officially concede, according to 2 Harris aides. And then at 4 p.m., she will address the nation from her alma mater, Howard University, where a raucous election night watch party turned somber as the results rolled in and Trump declared victory even before the race was officially called.
His campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it.
Right now, Donald Trump has 276 electoral votes, more than enough to win. But his victory could be even bigger. 5 states yet to be called, including the battleground states of Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Republicans have also taken control of the Senate, flipping 3 seats to gain a 2-seat majority. But the situation could look even worse in the days and weeks to come for the Democrats. 6 uncalled races, nearly all in battleground states, will determine how big the Republican majority ends up being. And in the House, Republicans are fighting to keep control with 47 races uncalled at this hour.
Let's bring in Monica Alba, who's at the White House for us. So, Monica, give us the scoop on what's happening behind the scenes, how President Biden feels today, and how about Kamala Harris, the VP?
Hey there, everybody. Well, you know, the vice president on Monday evening had a message as she was barnstorming Pennsylvania, which is that she felt momentum was on her side. And that very quickly shifted 24 hours later when they were trying to project that the race was still too tight, too close, on a razor's edge. And then, of course, you saw as the mood completely shifted overnight at Howard University once her path to 270 essentially evaporated. And it will be notable she's going to be back on that campus, her alma mater. Last night, some aides had described it to me as it was going to be a homecoming of sorts for her if she was giving a different version of the speech than she will today, which is a concession, of course. We know she is expected to call President-elect Donald Trump. We also know that President Biden, in the building behind me, is going to do the same, is going to congratulate his predecessor and extend this kind of outreach that he did not himself get when Joe Biden won in 2020 and Donald Trump lost. And that is by design. The White House wants to assure that President Biden is inviting President-elect Trump to Washington. They say he will attend his inauguration and that they will really commit to this peaceful transfer of power. But the vice president, for her part, is still working on her speech. She's been working on it for much of the day at her residence at the Naval Observatory here in Washington, D.C., and she is going to speak to her supporters and to the nation and reflect some of that in terms of what she wants people to take as her message to move on and to look at democracy in action. But it is really notable when you look at just what these next couple of weeks are going to look like for her and this reckoning of her campaign and the fact that they thought they had multiple paths to 270. And ultimately, when you look at just the entirety of the results, this was a wholesale rejection of the Democratic Party at large and of her candidacy, where she really underperformed President Biden's own results in 2020. So there's a lot of looking backwards today, too, and strategic evaluation of what she could have, if anything, done differently to get a different outcome. But we know that she is going to speak just a couple of short hours from now. And then we're told that President Biden at some point wants to address the nation and address these election results as well. He has nothing on his public schedule for now, guys.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. We have one more state to call, Donald Trump adding to his electoral count. NBC now projects he is the winner of Michigan and its 15 electoral votes, state that Joe Biden won in 2020 by nearly 3 points. Now Donald Trump is the winner there. You see it, almost 50% of the vote to Kamala Harris's 48.3, with 99% of the votes now in. And there you see the overall projection there, the major metropolitan areas that were won by Kamala Harris around Grand Rapids, Lansing, and Detroit. But overwhelmingly, what we saw was the rural areas, the smaller areas, as we would have expected Donald Trump. And there's our road to 270. And you see now the updated number, Donald Trump with 291 electoral votes. Let's bring this to our panel, if we can. Back with us, the CEO of Voto Latino, Maria Teresa Kumar. Eugene Robinson is a Washington Post opinion columnist and MSNBC political analyst. Juanita Tolliver is a Democratic strategist and MSNBC political analyst.
And one question I would throw out to the group, and we don't know the numbers yet, but does this also affect Alyssa Slotkin and one more Senate seat? Because interestingly and importantly, Donald Trump was, pulling several Senate candidates in behind him, and previously Senate candidates had been running ahead of Donald Trump in previous campaigns, and Alyssa Slotkin against Mike Rogers, former Republican congressman. And she was considered a very strong candidate with CIA and Pentagon experience.
Earlier today she was ahead. So
she still is ahead.
It would have to be really late-breaking numbers that would allow Rogers to catch up. But I haven't seen those numbers. So.
And
she was doing better.
And I think that also reminds me of some of the other ticket splitting that we have seen from other states, like in Arizona, where Ruben Gallego beat Carrie Lake in that Senate race, but Donald Trump carried the state as well. So there could be.
Yeah. The one I'm more surprised by was actually Jackie Rosen. All the internal polling had her significantly up, and it's a dead heat. That's surprising.
But Michigan is a real bellwether in so many ways because of the mix of, the mix of people, unions. For a Democrat to lose Michigan again is so striking. For Donald Trump to have the strength in Michigan that he has seen.
Hillary Clinton lost it by less than a point back in 2016, so it's been very close. But do you see this, Eugene, as kind of a microcosm? I mean, from the Democratic point of view, you have a candidate in Donald Trump who never softened his rhetoric, arguably escalated it. He did not back down from January 6th. In fact, he rebranded it as a day of love.
Yeah, day of love.
He insulted his opposing candidate. Many people thought he insulted women by suggesting he would take care of them, whether they liked it or not. And yet you see his electoral and overall popular vote count continue to grow.
No, what strikes me is not just that he won the swing states and thus has won the election, but the way his vote totals increased in states like New Jersey, losing New Jersey by 5 points, losing Illinois by 4 points. We'll see what it ends up in California, but clearly, this is a broad victory for him. This is not a fluke in the context of today. I think it's a fluke in the context of American history, but it's not a fluke in the context of our politics today. And I think, one of the things it says to the Democratic Party is that you have a working class problem. You have a problem with working class voters. It's not just Latino working class voters. It's working class voters. Trump is connecting with them. And they are listening to his message, however incomprehensible and scattered and ridiculous it may sound to me. It's connecting with people. And
can I just add to that, though, because the reality is what Ashley Parker mentioned in your last blog. Trump ran unapologetically as who he was. That included the racism, the sexism, the patriarchy, the misogyny, every bit of it. And so I think we have to understand that is also, when you talk about voters connecting with him, that is absolutely a part of this equation.
And I should say, by the way, white working class voters.
Exactly.
And some Latino voters.
But I think part of this conversation, too, is where are folks really consuming information? Who is in their ear? And one of the things that we saw when we were door knocking was oftentimes people saying things that were just not true.
Right.
But it was because the amount and volume of information that they were receiving on TikTok, disproportionately in places that basically go unchecked on whether it's true or
Misinformation.
not. Misinformation. And I think that is going to, when the dust settles, we are going to learn that actually had a higher influence than any of us could possibly have imagined.
Do you think it's the disinformation? Do you think it's a not understanding that it's not true? Is it that people don't care, frankly, if it isn't
Some of it's
true?
not true. I will share with you. I had my team bring it up, and I'll share it with you guys later. Basically, there was a deep fake going around that Kamala Harris, when she was Attorney General, was locking up parents for truancy. I was literally in the car with my comms person, and she's showing me this. I'm like, well, this is absurd. This can't be true. We walk into the bodega in Reading, Pennsylvania, and a gentleman in his 50s, Latino, starts spewing exactly what she had just been showing me as a deep fake. Too much
but there's a question of why that's so believable for so many voters. And I think you have to go back to just authenticity. And Donald Trump, like it or hate it, has an authenticity about him that other politicians do not.
He's rare.
Politicians are more controlled. They are more careful and judicious about what they say. Historically, have always been. Donald Trump came in and threw all of that away. And I keep going back to one moment in particular. I mean, you could go back to the John McCain stuff and say this is when people really started to like him because he was willing to say the ugly thing that nobody else was willing to say. But that was an insult. I think you got to go back to a South Carolina rally ahead of the primary there in maybe it was late 2015 or early 2016, where he really went after the Bush administration for Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And said they lied to get us into war. Republicans were unwilling to say that. Democrats said it here and there, but Republicans were unwilling to say that. And Donald Trump came out running as a Republican and said they lied to you, they're war hawks, they're war hungry, I'm going to tell you the truth. And I think that was the moment, fundamentally, that the Republican base voters decided that they could trust him over every other politician.
So do you think that in telling that truth,
telling that truth that others were unwilling to say,
opens the door to allow him to do things that are not? For example, let's just look at what happened in Michigan. There are 6 electors on the Republican side who were part of and in fact are charged with being part of the fake electors the last time around. You can't imagine 10 years ago that would not have been a scandal. Now it's nothing.
Of course. Yeah.
So is that license? How big is that license?
I think it bought him a lot of trust because he's willing to say things that others are not saying.
But trust that can never be negated.
No, I'm not saying that can never be negated, but clearly it has not. But clearly it has not yet been negated. So how does a Democratic Party, how does the next candidate who wants to run, maybe the next Republican candidate who wants to run, how do they find a way to speak to the American voter and gain that level of trust the same way that Donald Trump did? How do they cut through the noise of being a politician, the jargon of being a politician,
I do think it's
and speak honestly?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, yes, they have. I think it's the authenticity. We could talk about that, but I also think that we have lost this idea that we are all, when the stock market is rallying, we just assume that Main Street is also feeling it, those lifts. They are not. And I do think that he's like, okay, well, this is a man that he's authentic. He's telling it like it is. And at least I used to get some relief under him. I don't have any of that over here.
Can I say something
and that
about
is real.
To your point about Afghanistan, he then gets into office. He cut the deal with the Taliban, cutting out the Afghan government that bound Joe Biden to a withdrawal. Now, Biden could have just said, screw it, I'm not doing it. He also invited the Taliban to Camp David and was talked out of it by the, quote, guardrails. So he says something that they think is truth-telling, but because you were there, it's not true.
No, but I'm not arguing that it's a good thing.
The authenticity.
I'm not endorsing any of this. But what I'm saying is, he bought himself so much room. I mean, to go to North Korea and speak directly with Kim Jong-un, to cross the DMZ, something that no other president would do. Don't legitimize him. He said, why can't we do that? Why can't we talk to people? We need to talk to people. We're never going to find agreement.
Under that premise, though, he also called Klans member very fine people, which also gave him runway with Republicans.
He's done all of this stuff. So what is the magic potion there?
Let me just take that back, because you're right, he did all of that, and then he let Kim Jong-un go ahead and expand his nuclear base to the point that he's now, trading and in a deal with Vladimir Putin.
There are a lot of Americans who don't want to be involved in anything overseas, who think we've just done it. We've made a mess of a whole lot of stuff.
So the Democrats have to become isolationists.
They want to. I think I'm not saying that's. I'm not making that argument, but there are American voters who want to be more isolationist, who want to go back to a time when we weren't involved in everything, and who think that if we pull ourselves out of these conflicts overseas, that we will be protected because it won't come to us. We won't be hated. Let them deal with their own stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I
don't think it even goes that far. I think it's more that they're saying.
Can I interrupt you for just a second because we have some breaking news? It is that NBC News has learned that Justice Department officials are starting the process of figuring out how to wind down federal cases against Donald Trump. That's according to two people familiar. It's a huge question that we've had in the few hours we've had to understand what might be the impact of this. NBC's Ken Delanian broke this story. Ken, what is happening? What can you tell us?
Yeah, Chris, it's not a surprise that these cases can't go forward when Donald Trump takes office. What's interesting here is that the DOJ is moving to end them even before he takes office, citing the long-standing DOJ policy that sitting presidents can't be prosecuted. And there was some thought that maybe Special Counsel Jack Smith was going to sprint through the finish line, was going to work up until the last day, force Trump to fire him, wait till a new attorney general was appointed. But that does not appear to be the thinking inside the department. The thinking is that these cases can't go forward. There's no reasonable prospect of getting to trial within the 3 months before Donald Trump takes office. These cases are mired in legal issues that would be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court had Donald Trump lost the election. So now that he's won the election, DOJ officials are thinking that, look, there's just no room to move in these cases. And so the sensible thing to do is to figure out a way to wind them down. And it may stem from Donald Trump's lawyers filing some kind of motion or making a request saying in light of the DOJ policy, you need to drop these cases. Now, there are a few wrinkles here, one of which is that the classified documents case includes 2 other defendants who are not subject to that policy. And it's been dismissed, obviously, but that dismissal has been appealed. And the DOJ considers that ruling to be very bad law that it would like to be overturned. So that appeal may continue in some form. But the reality is that Donald Trump is not going to be a part of these cases. And what this means, I mean, we knew this, right? But just coming to grips with what this means intellectually is that Donald Trump is not likely to be held accountable on these very serious federal criminal charges that many people believe were worse than what Richard Nixon did or was accused of doing in Watergate. Now, there's no guarantee that Donald Trump would have been convicted at trial, but as Joyce Vance, our legal commentator, said to me this morning, what's not going to happen is he's not going to face a jury of his peers who would evaluate the evidence and render a verdict. It's going to be lost to history whether a jury would have found him guilty of these very serious crimes, including conspiring to defraud the United States, obstruction of justice, moving to conceal evidence, and, of course, retaining highly, highly classified documents.
Ken, is this only the federal cases? What's going to happen to the state case?
Well, Andrea, Donald Trump's lawyers are going to make the same arguments in the state cases. Now, the Georgia case is mired in its own miasma and is not really going anywhere.
The New York case, obviously,
the New York case, right. So Judge Merchan is facing a sentencing hearing. He's going to have to decide, and there may be an argument from Trump's lawyers that he should not pass sentence in that case, given that Donald Trump is about to take office as president. But really, there's a lot of discretion with the judge here. It's going to depend on what he decides to do.
I want to just point out, I want to talk that back. He's not technically convicted until he's sentenced. Correct, Ken?
That is correct. Under New York law, he's not a convicted felon, technically, until the sentence is passed and the judgment is entered, Andrea.
2 things to kick around the table here. One, what happens to the January 6 prisoners, convicts, the people who are serving time right now for violence in some cases. Donald Trump has promised to pardon them, take them out of jail. He's called them political prisoners. And then Judge Eileen Cannon. There was reporting and talk and floating rumors about her becoming AG or being a nominee.
Or Supreme Court Justice nominee.
If they have an opening.
AG, wow.
Honestly, this latest report, it makes me feel like this election outcome is the massive edit undo that Donald Trump was seeking and what motivated him to run in this election.
Select all.
Yeah, select all, edit undo, delete, right? Like that's what is about to happen. And this is where I remind our viewers that elections have consequences.
And in the one case, again, that we were just discussing that did come to fruition, the hush money case where he was convicted on 34 counts, it is completely plausible that his lawyers will go and make an argument that they've made before, which is that the Constitution bars a president from being restricted from carrying out his duties. You cannot sentence and potentially jail someone who is going to be president of the United States.
Absolutely. And frankly, my guess, I don't know Judge Merchan, but I would actually be surprised if he wanted to push ahead with a sentence, given that Donald Trump has just been elected president.
But there's also questions about, you know, are these prosecutors who have been trying Donald Trump or building a case against Donald Trump, are they safe going forward? There's a lot of the talk among allies is that they should be prosecuted themselves, Jack Smith included. So does President Biden take it upon himself to pardon Donald Trump from this stuff, to just get it off the DOJ's back, to get it off these prosecutors' back, and to allow them to, I don't know, to maybe to disassociate themselves with it for their own safety? I don't know.
I think it's too late.
But
That's exactly right.
You think it's too late, regardless?
I mean, he's like everything. Right?
Well, Mike Davis, who was a former Gorsuch clerk, and many people have talked about him as being a legal advisor if Trump was indeed elected, has already said that Jack Smith should lawyer up. So those are the kinds of statements.
But also, what are the charges you bring against him?
Right.
I'm charging you for charging me.
When does substance matter to Donald Trump? He will
But I'm serious. You've got to make your way through the courts. What are the charges? I don't know if Ken Delaney's still with us, but what are the charges you could possibly bring?
I'm not a lawyer,
Jackson?
but I will say this. Look at the Secretary of State in Georgia. Brad Raffensperger had a specious lawsuit brought against him. The cost, I'm not even talking about the emotional cost, the number of threats against him and his family. The actual monetary cost was $500,000.
Just to find its way through the courts to get it dismissed.
That's right.
Yeah.
And in fact, friends of his started a fund. They said he's fine. He was able to pay. He's fortunate he was able to pay the $500,000. But they were concerned about other people who will find themselves in this situation. In this particular case, they were talking about election workers. But people who do not have $500,000 sitting in the bank to fight a lawsuit based on charges that may be questionable. Also, you don't know what judge it's going to go in front of.
And so every time Donald Trump got on that rally stage and said, I'm going to go after my political opponents, every time he issued that threat, that is what the people who voted for him supported.
And he reposted images of Obama in an orange jumpsuit, Hillary Clinton as well. All of these folks.
I don't take it lightly when he posts these things, because he does have a list. Vice President Harris reminded the nation repeatedly, he has a list of people he wants to take
Liz Cheney is probably
exactly right.
And I know we're supposed to wrap this up, but it's Katie. When you speak to folks who are supporters of his, they truly believe he has been persecuted.
Yes.
And so they believe it is time for the other side to understand what it means.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not. Some, yes.
Some. I'm not saying all. I'm not a blanket statement.
I think the diehards surrounding Donald Trump will say that. They also probably know it's what Donald Trump wants to hear. I don't think voters think that that's what's going to happen. They think he's politically persecuted. They don't think it's fair. They think a lot of these lawsuits wouldn't have been brought unless he was Donald Trump. But I don't think that they are in support of the idea.
If he went after Jack Smith?
Rise up? I don't know. I don't think anyone's rising up in this country in that way. Among Donald Trump supporters.
Let me just say, a lot of people think that Hunter Biden would.
I don't think people are as clued in as that. They're not paying attention so closely.
Katie, I think a lot of people think Hunter Biden would never have been prosecuted if his father had not decided to run for re-election.
Totally right about that.
And should be pardoned now.
Well, Joe Biden has said he wouldn't do it.
He said he won't do it, right.
I think things have changed. Let's leave it there. A lively conversation, to say the least. And in 90 seconds, the last big battle for control of the House. Can Democrats notch up a win, or will Republicans have the full run of Washington? We'll discuss. Stay with us.
They have the White House and the Senate. The big question now is, can Republicans complete a full sweep of power in Washington by holding the House? The president-elect is feeling good about the prospects.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job.
Let's go to NBC's Ali Vitale, who is at the big board tracking the balance of power for us. So, Ali, what races are outstanding? Where do things line up right now?
Well, look, we'll take the Senate first, and then we'll move to the House. Because on the Senate, yes, they are in control. Republicans have taken control of the Senate chamber. But how big that margin will be is very much still up in the air. You can see several states here still in yellow, all the way from Pennsylvania over to Nevada. But Nevada is one that I'm watching really closely, especially when you start looking at where the vote total is actually left and where it could come from. You look at areas like Reno, which right now is blue on this map, but was red just a few hours ago. Vegas, of course, is one of the key Democratic epicenters. That's where Jackie Rosen, the incumbent senator, should be running up her margins. But it's specifically here in Nye County, when you see that there is still vote total remaining there, that it leads you to believe that there could be a tranche of votes here for Sam Brown, the Republican challenger, that could ultimately decide whether or not Jackie Rosen keeps her seat and whether or not this is one more loss in the column for Democrats of incumbents who were competing to keep their seats this cycle. Then, of course, you look at the other states that are up for grabs. You've got Arizona here, Ruben Gallego, still too early to call, but has had a healthy lead for the entirety of the time that we've been watching votes come in. But then you also flip to the House side of this map, and again, one of the most chaotic, I think, and stressful maps that we have access to here at NBC News. But if I can break it down to a few key races that we're actually still watching, North Carolina's 1st congressional is one that I'm watching closely, specifically because it has the bellwether county of Nash County within it. Don Davis trying to keep his seat here, not yet called. Same goes for in Ohio, Marcy Kaptur trying to keep her seat. We've seen this difference grow just a little bit today, but it has been continuously very close between Kaptur and Derek Marin. Arizona 6 is another one that we're looking at. Juan Ciscomani was a freshman lawmaker. We heard a lot about him from people like Kevin McCarthy, calling Ciscomani the future of the Republican Party. That future might be cut short if Kirsten Engel is able to continue building a greater difference of votes here in this area around Tucson. It's one of the areas that we've seen Democrats continue to grow their margins. This would be a very welcome pickup for Democrats. The same could be said in Iowa 1, where Marionette Miller Meeks is in the fight of her political life. Again, a very small difference of votes here and 99% of the total in. She may be able to squeak it by, but this is one that came online a little bit going into the fall. People were surprised, but this could be one of the lasting impacts. When you talk about that Iowa poll, it did not bear out at the presidential level. Will it bear out in this 1st congressional district? We're still waiting to see. And then, of course, this pair of New York races in the 4th on Long Island and in the 19th up in the Hudson Valley. We're still waiting to see those be called. And then, Andrea, I know this is a favorite race of yours because you were aware of it very early in the process when it started to get competitive. Scott Perry, the former chair of the Freedom Caucus, fighting against Janelle Stelson there. This is around the Harrisburg area. Perry with a 6,500 or so vote lead, 99% of the total in. If Democrats had been able to flip this, it would have been the sign of them having a really good night. Instead, it looks like both parties are sort of keeping what they came in with and making marginal gains. For Democrats, the goal was to flip 4 seats in order to take the House. I think what's clear is that it's not a watershed for anyone, and we are in for yet another Congress with razor-thin margins, making it really hard to get things done, even if it's Republicans in control of the chamber, guys.
Okay, Ali Vitale, thank you for that. So the big question, what would a potential Republican-led trifecta look like? I want to bring in Jake Sherman, co-founder of Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor, and Brendan Buck, who was press secretary to former House speakers Paul Ryan and John Boehner. He is an MSNBC political analyst. You guys have been busy at Punchbowl, Jake. You've got a whole lot of reporting out there. Let me ask you about a couple of specific things, because a big question that people have is, who are the people Trump is going to surround himself with? Who are going to be the people of influence? Who are going to be the people who have power? I know you have some reporting on potential Secretary of State, White House Legislative Affairs, and also who might be his voice on the Hill for groups that are key, like the House Freedom Caucus. So give us all that new reporting, Jake.
Yeah, so tomorrow, this is perhaps the most interesting, but starting tomorrow, the House Freedom Caucus, the far right, the hard right group in the House Republican Conference, is hosting their new member retreat, and the two speakers are Steve Bannon and Mark Meadows, both of whom have been federally indicted. Bannon recently out of prison, but we're seeing right now, guys, just the shift in Washington. We're seeing the shift back to Trump world. We're now hearing, and we reported this in the midday edition, Rick Grenell, who was ambassador to Germany and I think director of national intelligence, rather, for Donald Trump, could be Secretary of State. And this is all because Donald Trump has been given what he considers and what Republicans consider and what frankly objectively is a large governing mandate on Capitol Hill. He will have, as Ali pointed out, most likely the House of Representatives. More importantly, he'll have a pretty healthy Senate majority through which he will be able to get nearly anyone he wants confirmed into his cabinet or into other positions around the world. That is it's a luxury that not every president has had. So in addition to that, we report about the Office of Legislative Affairs, which is a very specific office for our audience on Capitol Hill, some choices that Trump has. But generally speaking, the thing to underline here, and I know Brendan has views on this because we were talking offline, is Trump does have a gigantic mandate. Turning that mandate into reality is much more difficult than just having the mandate.
And let me just pick up on that, because Rick Grenell was a very controversial ambassador to Germany. He's also special envoy to Serbia, and during that time is involved right now with Jared Kushner in a big investment in Serbia. It's the purchase of $9 billion, I think, from the Serbian government for a new resort, what used to be their Pentagon, also in Albania. So a lot of overseas investments. Jared Kushner's investment, of course, the $2 billion he got while he was still a White House aide from MBS, the Crown Prince, the leader in Saudi Arabia. So we've got a lot of cross currents here. So let me ask Brendan, because there are other possibilities. One would be Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, totally qualified ranking member on intelligence. But would Donald Trump trust a former member of Congress in the cabinet, having felt that he's been bitten by former congressional members like Jeff Sessions, whom he couldn't trust because they were too institutional?
Yeah, I doubt he wants to have anybody who is particularly seen as having too many of their own views of the world and thoughts and potential rivals. It seems to me it's going to be much more like he's populating his administration with the people who have been sort of ride or die Trump people from the very beginning. And we know that there's a lot of people in the Senate who may on paper make sense, but at one point or another were skeptical of Donald Trump. Look, if there was going to be a Senate with 51 Republicans, this may be a very different conversation if you had to worry about bringing Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski around. But if it's 52, 53, 54 Republicans in the Senate, I don't think he's going to have trouble getting really anybody confirmed to the Senate, with maybe some rare exceptions. Even the type of people who would typically stop the vetting, like a Mitt Romney, is no longer going to be around. So I think it is probably, I don't know that Rick Grenell is going to be Secretary of anything, but it is his type of profile. The people who have been with Donald Trump from the very beginning are going to be put in these positions that would be unthinkable years ago and probably get through with very little friction.
Not to mention what RFK might be chosen for if they've got a spread like that in the Senate, whether they could get him into a cabinet position. Jake, let me ask you about legislation. In the beginning of the Trump administration, the first 2 years, he had a Republican control. He had Republican control of Washington, but they didn't get a whole lot done. Do you expect that to be different this time around?
I'll be careful what I say, because Brendan and Brendan worked for Paul Ryan at the time, and I covered this episode very closely. The big problem of 2017 and 2018 was the Republican discord over repealing Obamacare. That took up a lot of time in the first 100 days, 200 days of the Trump presidency. Republican leadership is saying they are insistent on making sure that's not the case this time, meaning they want to get onto political firm firm ground, and I actually don't believe this is firm ground, but in their view, getting a tax bill through is firm ground. But as Brendan would also concede here, getting a tax bill through is going to be treacherous for House Republicans on everything from the SALT deduction to just getting a budget through that would give them the so-called reconciliation instructions that would allow them to pass this tax bill. Donald Trump got a tax bill through Congress in 2017 because, almost in spite of himself, he had nothing to do with that deal. It was cut by his administration. It was, sorry about that.
Say hi to the people behind you for us, Jake.
I appreciate their input. It was.
Thank you for your comment.
Listen, Donald Trump got the tax bill through last time, having almost nothing to do with him, is my point. We'll see if he can get out of his way and get it done this time. He has as Brendan said, a Capitol Hill that is indebted to him, and there are no more dissenters anymore.
Are they going to care about the national debt?
If Pat is president, no. Brendan, what do you say?
A true journalist who wants to hear everyone, even if they're walking behind him in the middle of a live TV hit. So we thank you for rolling with the punches there. Look, Eugene, there's also a big question, right, about chairmanships. And they're all going to land in the lap of Republicans, assuming that they take control of this trifecta, as we've been calling it. A lot of power there legislatively. How much do you think of this Congress will be focused on passing legislation? How much might be score settling?
Well, actually getting anything passed that's constructive, or in their view constructive, I think it's going to be difficult. We've seen how the Republican House functions. It doesn't. It's had such trouble, and unless they're able to build a bigger House majority that doesn't depend on every member for every single vote, including on the rule, they're going to have a hard time getting big things done in the House. And in the Senate, you all know the Senate is a funny place. It's like, yes, there's, Murkowski and Collins and the others are more in line than senators have been in the past. But senators pretty regularly start to think of themselves as
I don't know about that any longer.
Presidents.
And here's why I question that, because this is a Republican Party that has seen Donald Trump up against the wall and come out victorious over and over and over again. And my gut instinct is that they all just fall in line. They do whatever he wants.
There's one other factor, though.
This is a different
Katie,
Congress.
you absolutely could be right. You know these people, and you absolutely could be right.
This is the same vote. No, Katie, this is a different Congress than in 2020 and in 2020. It's a completely different.
A different speaker.
A different speaker who is very much aligned with the MAGA agenda, and basically said, "Okay, we are going to follow
the majority leader. Is it going to be McConnell?"
Oh, no.
He
said no.
So I don't
So
know.
who's going to be the majority leader? Make a prediction.
Oh, God. Well, I think Barrasso was going to be.
I would have said
I think they
Barrasso,
settled it. But, Eugene, what were you going to say about this?
No, the only thing I was going to add is that Donald Trump will technically be a lame duck. Right? I mean, he's only got this one term left now. He's got a long time between now and when he leaves office.
Is it lame duck, Eugene, or somebody who doesn't have to worry about getting reelected?
He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected, and he will still have power to, control potentially the political careers of these senators, right? Because he can primary
He has far more than that.
Under the McConnell rule, he was going to have up through October of the end of his term to nominate Supreme Court justices and get them confirmed.
Yeah. He has no guardrails, and now he actually has a group of people that are going to go into public service and basically gut our government the way we want. I mean, this is the thing: is that people keep saying that the Republicans can't get anything done. No, they're doing exactly what they set out to do,
and they've got a plan in place for if he takes power. I mean, that's what Project 25 was. Can I bring Jake Sherman back in? Because I'm curious, Jake, Majority Leader.
Of the Senate, yes. It's going to be a race between, right now it's a race between John Thune, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott. And
Steve Daines?
It's a three. Steve Daines has said he's not going to run and is backing Thune. The question is, does Trump get involved here? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think that we know the answer to that quite yet. All Thune and Cornyn, who are the front runners, have both had their disagreements with Trump and have gotten right with Trump in recent years. I would say Thune is the slight favorite, but just slight, to be honest with you. It'll be between Thune and Cornyn. And listen, Rick Scott is somebody who's saying he will bring the conservative agenda that they enacted in Florida to Washington, and that could be an attractive thing for Trump, but I really do think it'll be between Thune and Cornyn.
I want to correct myself. I misspoke because Barrasso took himself out of it and wanted to take that third slot. So that opens the way for the two others to slug it out.
So can we talk about priorities then, as we might know them? Lisa Lara wrote something, I thought, a sentence that was great in the New York Times this morning. She's called this victory the conquering of a nation not by force, but with a permission slip. What will Donald Trump, do you think, Jake, give Congress permission to do? What will be on the priority list? And what will they try to convince him should be on the priority list?
Well, number one, taxes. Number two, something on immigration. Completely clear about that. They want to lump that into one package with energy policy. As Brendan and I both know, the larger the package like that gets, the more complicated it gets, and the more difficult it is to pass. But listen, everything Donald Trump wants to do, at least in a traditional governing sense, needs to get through Congress, or most of the things he wants to do. He could do some things on immigration through executive order. He could do some things on a lot of different things he wants to do through executive order. But at the end of the day, appropriating, spending money, creating new programs needs to get through Congress. But the three prongs of that agenda really are extending those 2017 tax cuts, doing something on immigration, and third, I would say something on the border and border money. So I think this will all be key to his agenda.
Department of Education survive?
I would imagine
That's a good question. And Brendan Buck, what about the speakership? Mike Johnson? He seemed to be endorsing him last night.
Yeah, everybody's getting along well right now. Look, I've been to this party in at the end of 2016. You know, Paul Ryan and Donald Trump weren't the best of friends, but winning solves a lot of problems. And I think a lot of the struggles that Mike Johnson has had within his conference, keeping everybody on the same page, and a lot of people already sniping at his leadership, that'll probably go away because Donald Trump has sort of leaned in and said, this is my guy for now. Now, that relationship can sour over time. But just as Jake said, Trump leaning in on the Senate Republican leader, it's the same thing here. If Donald Trump says, Mike Johnson is my speaker, I want you to vote for him, even if they only have a 3 or 4 seat majority, that's probably enough to get him the job. But then the hard part, I mean, we're talking about the agenda that Donald Trump wants to enact. Let's not pretend like this isn't an agenda that Republicans want to enact too. There is a lot of enthusiasm right now. They're all excited, and that's why they don't want to have any infighting. But it gets pretty hard pretty fast. House Republicans have shown they can't do much of anything this entire Congress without Democrats bailing them out. Democrats bailing them out is not going to be an option in next Congress. They're going to have to figure out how to advance an agenda with a 2 or 3 seat majority in the House, and that means really no defections, and Donald Trump is going to have to be the hammer on that. He's going to have to be the enforcer. He's going to have to say, if you get out of line, I'm coming after you, and that's what we saw in 2017. The Freedom Caucus went after our agenda in some ways. Donald Trump tried to bring them back into line and was largely unsuccessful. This time, I don't imagine Donald Trump's going to have any trouble convincing House Republicans they need to be with him.
Jake Sherman, Brendan Buck, thanks so much to both of you. And coming up, how did Donald Trump pull off one of the most improbable political comebacks in history? The clues are in the exit poll data. We'll dig into all of that next.
We have a little breaking news for you. We've just learned that Kamala Harris has called Donald Trump to congratulate him. Let's bring in NBC's Monica Alba at the White House for us. So, Monica, was she able to get through?
Yes, she was, Katie, and we did expect this to take place at some point today, and the Harris team was trying to make sure that the vice president and President-elect Trump could connect before her 4 p.m. speech at Howard University. And I'm told, according to a senior Harris aide, that during the conversation, the vice president stressed that she believes and fully backs a peaceful transfer of power and the idea that the president, whoever they may be, is the president for all Americans. So they discussed that. She was able to congratulate Donald Trump and formally concede the 2024 race. And we've also just obtained an email that went out from Harris Chair Jen O'Malley Dillon that went to the entirety of the staff, where she is confirming this exact point, that the vice president did connect with President-elect Trump a short time ago to concede the race. And in the call, according to Harris campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon, the vice president told him that she would work with President Biden to ensure this peaceful transfer of power, unlike what we saw in 2020. She also made clear that she hopes he will indeed be a president for all Americans. And she also goes on to thank the staff who had been in Wilmington, Delaware, as a leftover relic from when Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket. Many of them are actually traveling to Washington, D.C. to see her speech in a couple of hours. And she says, "I don't have the words to express the gratitude I have for everything and everyone who has done this. You left everything on the field. You built a first-rate, historic presidential campaign in basically 90 days. You navigated things that no one has ever had to navigate, and likely no one will ever have to again." And I just want to let you know another piece of news from this email, which is after the vice president speaks at her alma mater, Howard University, she and Governor Walz are both going to host an all-staff call, according to this email, and they are going to speak directly with the staff on what they feel they were able to accomplish in this short 3-month run and, quote, the road ahead for all of us. So that is, of course, a significant piece of what is happening in Washington here today, and in the building right behind me in the White House, that we expect President Joe Biden to take part in again, extending this kind of outreach that they will make clear the Democrats didn't feel they received in 2020 when Donald Trump lost but refused to accept the results of the election. They're going to try to really have a very different tone and approach to this moment now.
Monica Elba, thank you for that. We have another projection from NBC News, now projecting that Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent in Wisconsin, the senator, has been reelected. She's been in office since 2012, ran against a venture capitalist, Eric Hovde. But this means that there has been at least this bit of good news on what has been not a very good day for Democrats. Tammy Baldwin, the projected winner, by, as you can see, less than 1%. Again, showing strength in Madison, where we saw a lot of activity around the university there, lots of long lines, Milwaukee, as you would expect in those areas of the big cities. She is the only Democrat to have gotten a number of endorsements, including some that typically might go the Republicans' way, the Farm Bureau. So here's where we're left for the Senate with the uncalled races. Maine, Pennsylvania, of course, also another of the battleground states, along with Arizona, Michigan, Nevada. There you see the list there as we continue to do the big picture of where we are in the Senate at this hour. The Dems with 43 Senate seats. The Republicans have tied up control of the U.S. Senate with 52. Let's bring it back to our panel. And I want to go back, Maria, if I can, to the phone call that was just made. This is part of the peaceful transition of power. You pick up the phone, you call the person who won, you come out, and you make a concession speech. We saw Hillary Clinton do that in 2016. We know what happened 4 years ago. How important is what Kamala Harris is about to do to a nation that we clearly see is very far apart on so much that is about our democracy and our everyday way of life?
One of her underpinnings of her election was that democracy first, that it is country over party. Her making this action right now is reminding the American people that, yes, I may have lost, but we have to be within the norms of our democracy in order for it to move forward. Right now, what we're seeing, it seemed that there was a landslide election. The electoral votes are on his side. AP is calling that it was him. This is actually what she is supposed to do. And I do think that it is a bitter pill to swallow, given that it's for someone that tried to do an attempted coup, that he's a felony, he has felonies that are racking up. He's broken every single norm of a transition power when it was his turn to do so. And I think that must be one of the hardest
things. Can you say something about Tammy Baldwin very quickly, because there was so much homophobia in that campaign against her partner. She's openly gay.
Yes.
And this is a victory for inclusion with her re-election.
Let's talk a little bit more, if we can, about what we might want to hear. I've been trying to think this morning how tough a speech. It's always tough to write a concession speech. Let's not pretend it's not. But her audience out there that worked so hard for her supporters, is there anything she can say to them today to frankly bring down the anxiety?
She also said, and a lot of Democrats were saying this, and a lot of former Trump aides were saying this as well, the guy is dangerous, and he's got authoritarian tendencies.
So does she
it could
say
be the
that?
end of democracy. I mean, this is what the Democrats were running on. It's also what former people surrounding Donald Trump were saying about him, including some of his top generals. So how does she address that?
I don't think she addresses that.
The first thing she says is, you are right to hope. Right? She planted another seed in this nation about what leadership could look like, what leadership could be. She follows in the footsteps of Shirley Chisholm in doing that. Unfortunately, her race was similar to Shirley Chisholm's in the regard of the barriers that she faced to entry, even with almost 15-plus years of service.
But let me ask you and Eugene, with a purpose here. Is the Democratic lesson, their autopsy from this, don't take another chance on a woman, don't take a chance on a person of color? Now, Barack Obama may have been an aberration, but it's too dangerous to nominate a woman after what happened with Hillary Clinton and with the 2016 results now being replicated,
I think the deeper question is, what is the deep work we're going to do with white voters who comprise 71% of the electorate, who overwhelmingly supported this man, Donald Trump, and who his message, which was full of harmful, hateful rhetoric and threatening language, were drawn to? They shouldn't try to match it. They shouldn't try to run away from it. They shouldn't modify who they're putting up as the best leader in the moment for this opportunity. And I say that in the reality of understanding that Vice President Harris only had 107 days in this race.
Well, exactly.
She worked with what she was given.
She was the only person who, it was only feasible to nominate Vice President Harris, given when President Biden
There would have
dropped
been
out.
Republican challenges to keeping the money that they had raised together.
Well, yeah, but not just the money, but, a process. She was the sitting vice president. It would have been very damaging within the party because she had a constituency in the party. And so if you tried to somehow put somebody else in,
if you attempt to
put in Josh Shapiro,
but I do think that this is
it would have been much worse.
No, but I do think that this is a perfect example. Donald Trump has been running for 9 years. She was running for 105 days, give or take few. And it realized that it wasn't enough about having money. It was about time to get to know her.
All right, we are going to put a pin in this conversation. I do want to go back to how she addresses her supporters in just a moment. Maria-Theresa Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And still ahead, NBC News reporting on how the DOJ plans to handle Donald Trump's legal cases. Our special post-election day coverage continues on MSNBC after a short break.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to MSNBC's special coverage of the election of Donald Trump. I'm Chris Chansing alongside my two colleagues, Andrea Mitchell, Katie Tur, and we have breaking news surrounding the president-elect's legal cases. NBC News reports that DOJ officials are evaluating how to wind down 2 federal criminal cases against Donald Trump before he takes office.
And the president-elect's legal teams are working to get all of his criminal cases brought to a halt. The lawyers say they plan to argue the cases, quote, must stop immediately now that Trump's status has meaningfully changed, according to a source involved in the discussions. Joining us now, MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin, former FBI general counsel and former senior member of the Mueller probe, Andrew Weissman, and also here at the table, former communications director for Jeb Bush's 2016 campaign, and host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller. Washington Post opinion columnist Eugene Robinson and Juanita Tolliver are still with us, and all three are MSNBC political analysts. So, Andrew, first to you. Do you agree with the DOJ move to wind down those federal legal cases against Donald Trump rather than have Jack Smith try to sprint to the finish before January 20th?
Well, there's a DOJ policy written by two separate offices of legal counsel that you cannot charge and prosecute a sitting president. It's a policy. And as a practical matter, Andrea, there's no way for Jack Smith to sprint to the finish before January 20th. In the D.C. case, there's not even a trial date set, and the issues there are ones that are likely to have to go back to the Supreme Court. And in the Florida case, that is a case that's actually dismissed by the district court, and that is pending appeal. So there is no way for him to get to a trial, and the American public thus have not had the benefit of a trial and a jury making a determination as to the president-elect's guilt. And so it's very understandable that the Department of Justice would be thinking about how to have these cases essentially dismissed without prejudice, or to put on a pause given that DOJ policy.
Andrew, I have to ask you, because you've written so much about this and thought so much about these cases, the classified documents case, all the cases, January 6th. How do you feel as a former prosecutor and a lawyer?
I think of this very much from an international perspective. So, Andrea, very much in your wheelhouse, because I think about the other countries that have been able to have a legal system that have held political leaders, even the most senior political leaders, to account in fair trials. And that is not to prejudge what a jury would do here, but the defendant and the public had a right to have a speedy trial. And I think our legal system has really failed us, at least at the federal level. The New York criminal case is one that has gone to a verdict. And so the public has had the benefit. Donald Trump and the prosecution have had the benefit of the trial. But in general, I think that our country does not look like the sort of vaunted rule of law country that we like to think it is.
So, Lisa, what does this mean for the sentencing, which is scheduled for less than 3 weeks from now? And what about the civil cases where he owes money?
Well, let's start, Chris, with the sentencing, because the sentencing is not necessarily a foregone conclusion. Donald Trump has a pending motion to set aside the jury's verdict in the Manhattan DA's criminal case on the grounds that the Supreme Court's immunity decision in July precluded the use of certain evidence that the trial judge, Juan Merchan, allowed into the case. He's scheduled to decide that motion on November 12th. If he agrees that the case should stand, and I should say prosecutors submitted something saying, you know, whatever you decide, Judge, is kind of fine with us on this one. But if that stands, then we would proceed to sentencing on the 26th. As I sit here today, there is no case that I could cite to you that precludes the sentencing of a president-elect. But then again, when I sat here several months ago, there was no case that could have helped me predict that the Supreme Court would say that a president who is criminally prosecuted is immune for acts within his official duties, or those that are part of his core constitutional powers at the very least. So I think it's anybody's game, and we should expect some legal filings from the Trump team with respect to that New York case. With respect to the civil cases, though, I want to be really clear with you and our viewers that the pardon power never impacts civil liabilities, and the president, as you know, has multiple outstanding civil liabilities that are on appeal, including to the New York Attorney General, to whom he now owes $450 million and counting, and to E. Jean Carroll, who won 2 separate trials against him, one on sexual abuse claims and defamation, the second on defamation alone. He owes her currently more than $90 million, and both of those cases are on appeal, Chris.
Andrew, Donald Trump has promised to pardon January 6 convicts, including potentially some of the more violent ones. Is there any precedent for this?
Well, the pardon power is in the Constitution, and I think that we can all go back in history, and frankly not too far back in history, to look at abuses of the pardon power that a president holds. What is different here is the connection of the pardon power to a personal interest that the president has. And so that is something that I won't say it's unprecedented, but it's certainly unusual. There, however, is nothing at all illegal about it. That is something that the president would be able to do. Obviously, the idea that somebody would be pardoned who engaged in violent conduct is something that I'm not aware of. Usually they're for crimes that have to do with low-level drug offenses or sometimes public corruption type cases, or somebody who served a long term in jail well beyond what would be the norm at the time. And so it seems like a disproportionate punishment. Here, the idea that a pardon would apply to people who engaged in the violent attack at the Capitol seems like certainly a questionable use of the pardon power.
Can we go back to the conversation we were having a moment ago regarding what Kamala Harris says to the American public in just about 2 hours? The campaign, and she had said that Donald Trump is a danger to democracy, and it wasn't just her, it was Donald Trump's former aides, high-ranking officials, including military leaders within his administration, saying that he's got authoritarian tendencies. John Kelly, most famously, there was real concern among them that he would do bad things if he got reelected.
Mark Milley.
Mark Milley said so as well.
The word fascist was used.
Yep. Tim, I'll give it to you because you're new to the table. What does she say to the American public?
I don't think it's really her job to give any more warnings about Donald Trump at this point. I think that she has essentially two jobs today. One is to demonstrate that she is going to uphold the norms and traditions. She will certify this election on January 6th. She does believe in democracy. She was genuine about that. I went to the Steve Bannon post-jail press conference last week, and the MAGA folks there really thought that the Democrats would do to them what the Republicans did to Biden, right? Like, they did not believe that they would certify a Donald Trump victory because they thought he was a fascist or whatever. And so I think it's her job just to model what we're supposed to do in this democracy. And then I think she has to speak to the young people in the country, particularly young women, but all young people in the country. There's some that are waking up disappointed today. I know that she's disappointed.
People that are waking up scared. It's more than disappointed.
Scared and disappointed, yeah. And she's got to, but look, it's not her job to assuage their fears today, I don't think.
Is it her job to message to the Democratic Party
no.
as a leader
not today.
that they shouldn't be afraid, or that to young women that a woman can be president? This is my point. To message that this will not cause the Democrats to retreat from ever nominating a woman.
She can say that if she wants. I just think the result is it will feel empty. I mean, if she believes it, she should say what she believes and be genuine.
And she should remind them that they were not wrong to hope for her candidacy or to see hope in her candidacy compared to her opponent. And honestly, let's be real, as a black woman watching this all play out, I know what it's like to be passed over by someone who was ill-qualified, ill-prepared, and a threat to take a position that you are more than capable and qualified as. I mean, this is a woman.
And is she going to be speaking at Howard?
Yes.
So that will, that will be a moment for her internally, I think, as she talks to the young people there, particularly young women. So you might hear some of that, but I agree with Tim. It's not her job to buck everybody up and to chart the path forward.
Who do those who are scared, genuinely scared, and there are a lot of Americans who are, who do they look to today?
Who do they look to? Family and friends. They look, and they, and maybe they take a day and they think about what just happened, and they try to get, and they talk themselves out of moving to Uruguay. Because the thought.
Well, do they need to hear from like a John Kelly? Do they need to hear from a Liz Cheney? Folks who had been sounding the alarm.
I hear what you're saying, but what are they supposed to say? There are people that have genuine fears about a Donald Trump's second term. Those fears may not come to pass. They may come to pass. Being a national parent to the folks, to the young people that are scared. It's just, I mean, Joe Biden could do that if he wants to. He would be the person to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't. I kind of agree with Gene. It might seem whatever, silly to say their parents and their community, but that's like really the answer.
Well, but also,
right now.
is there power in standing there as someone who lost an election and who's talked about norms and who's talked about how important it is that democracy follows certain paths, and following that path that will, as you rightfully pointed out, continue as vice president and continue as the person who will certify the results of this election?
Rule of law.
Rule of law.
I said to you in the break, that's going to be the ultimate gut punch. She has to stand there at the dais and accept all of these electoral votes and recognize what it means and who is stepping into the Oval Office after her.
Model the behavior.
Model the behavior, but don't expect Donald Trump to pick it up. Like, he's not picking it up.
Yeah, you know the real answer? It's Donald Trump's job to do it. And he's not going
that's a good point. And he's incapable of it because he created the fear and the doubt and the concern in the first place.
That is a good point. And Ashley Parker had made the point a little bit earlier that the victory speech that he gave in the early hours of this morning wasn't even like the one he gave in 2016, which attempted to find some semblance of unity. It lasted for all of 1 nanosecond, but he tried with the words he said on stage in 2016. Not so this time around. Yeah. All right, guys. On that happy note, Lisa Rubin, Andrew Weissman, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to get you caught up now with the balance of power in Congress now that we've made a couple calls. Republicans control the Senate with a net gain of 3 seats, but that margin could be even bigger. There are 5 uncalled races that we are still keeping an eye on, although we did just call Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. 42 House races remain uncalled still. Now, as Democrats assess their future, they'll be trying to diagnose the disconnect between their party and its one-time base, particularly working-class voters. Newly re-elected California Democratic Congressman Joe Ro Khanna, joins me now. Congressman, thank you very much. You have been focused on this for some time. You've been going to especially union strongholds and talking to Americans there about a future, an economic populist future. You think that's the way forward for Democrats. Explain what you see today and how you're dealing with this blow to the Democratic Party.
Well, first of all, look, obviously I'm deeply disappointed. I couldn't fall asleep till 5 in the morning yesterday in California time. I understand young people who are anxious, who are devastated. I had a whole staff-wide call, and there wasn't a smile on the face of any of my young staffers. But I also think that people look to history. Look, I had the honor of serving with the great late John Lewis. He was beaten on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. My grandfather spent 4 years in jail alongside Gandhi for India's independence. Previous generations have overcome a lot. So we're going to overcome it. I mean, Kamala Harris, yes, she lost, but she lost by 2%, plus 7 states. Donald Trump's margin of victory wasn't as big as Joe Biden's victory was in 2020. And I am confident that this party is going to come back in 2026 and 2028. But to your point, Katie, we have to go into rural communities. We need to go into deindustrialized towns. We need to ask them, what is it that you want in these communities? What can we do? And then really acknowledge the grievance and then sell the policies we have and the we have to reindustrialize.
You know, your colleague in the Senate, Democratic Senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy, has also been trying to address some of these fundamental disconnects that you've been talking to. And he wrote a piece a couple of years ago in The Atlantic about the future and the failure of neoliberalism. And he worried and warned that if Donald Trump wins the White House, wins the Senate, wins the House, has control of Washington, he worries that they'll fundamentally change the rules of the game to never let Democrats win again. He believes, and this is his words, if Trump and his allies win control of Congress and the White House again, our 250-year experiment may be over. He wrote this in The Atlantic. Are you worried that the experiment is over today?
No, because this is a country that freed ourselves from the British. It's a country that came together after the Civil War. It's a country that defeated Nazism. You know, the Civil Rights Act was introduced in 1950, and it didn't pass until 1964. We are a great nation. We are a resilient nation. When I was growing up, Katie, candidly, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, if you had told me that an Indian American, African American woman would run for president, would get the nomination of their party, and come within 2%, no one would have believed it. So we are going to continue to march forward, and I think we're going to come back.
Congressman, it's Chris Jansing, and I think if you wanted to summarize this, Donald Trump won by being Donald Trump. If anything, he escalated the Trumpiness of Donald Trump in the way he spoke, in the way that even people inside the campaign will acknowledge he ran this campaign. Was there a miscalculation that Democrats should take and must take moving forward, because he will be president for the next 4 years?
Well, first of all, I think we have to realize that he won on some fundamental issues of the economy and inflation, and incumbent parties have been losing all over the world. So he didn't win because he was trafficking in racism and making outlandish statements and incoherent in rallies. He won because probably any Republican would have had a structural advantage to win. But I think where we need to go, candidly, is to focus less about every one of his legal issues and all of the things about Donald Trump, and focus more on the American people. Go to these communities that we've lost, listen to them, try to understand why they're angry, why they're frustrated, and go there with some specific, bold plans about how we have a better vision of improving their lives and having some hope so their kids can get a house and a car, and the American dream doesn't seem distant. And I do believe we can win. Look, in 1928, they had 56 senators, Republicans did. By 1932, they had 36. So this idea that we can't come back, I think, is wrong. We are going to come back.
But there has been a realignment. There's no question about that. And there is a fundamental misunderstanding about the Hispanic vote, about the aspirations of Hispanic people, the diversity among Hispanic people, about how to appeal to people who don't have college educations, the label of elitist that was attached so successfully by Donald Trump, fair or unfair. And here you've got Kamala Harris being the first vice president, Joe Biden the first sitting president to march with UAW workers, yet losing Michigan. So how do Democrats better address the fears and concerns and anxieties of working-class Americans?
That's a central question, Andrea, and I think we have to focus, first of all, more on the economy. We didn't talk for 3.5 years about the working class and the middle class getting shafted, about the fact that for 50 years, both parties made a decision to offshore jobs, to offshore industry, that it's become so expensive to afford daycare, that it's become expensive to afford a house, that most people feel that their kids are not going to have as good a life as their parents, that you've got $12 trillion of money in my district, Apple, Google, Intel, while other places have been left out, and that's wrong. And every day, Joe Biden should have told that story, and he should have said, I am working to overturn 50 years of failed policy. All Donald Trump does is he spoke to people's legitimate grievances. We didn't do that enough. We need to do it every day. And morning, afternoon, and night, we need to think this Democratic Party is working to fix a system that hasn't worked for them and their families, and that we've got better, more imaginative, bolder policies to do that. And I hope 8 out of 10 words out of every Democrat is going to speak about people, what we can do to help them and their vision, and only 2 out of 10 about Donald Trump. We got to start talking about our vision, our ideas to capture the imagination of the people.
And in fairness, in the closing weeks of this very, very brief campaign, she talked about elder care. She talked about early childhood education and care. She talked about the cost of housing, but maybe too little, too late, and she didn't have the time in 107 days, and it wasn't done, and she was facing, 70% plus of the American people thinking that America was going in the wrong direction because she was associated with that administration. Congressman Ro Khanna, those are the voices that your voice and others that the Democratic Party clearly needs. Thank you so very much for being with us today.
If I get to one thing, I'm proud of Kamala Harris. I'm proud of what she represents, of the battle she undertook, and one day people will look back with pride.
And so many women, I'm sure, are around America as well. Thank you. And in 90 seconds, more than 2 years after Roe v. Wade was overturned, what happened in states where abortion rights were on the ballot? That's next. While the first presidential election since the fall of Roe did not fuel a Harris victory, 7 out of 10 abortion ballot initiatives did win. But the red wave is setting off alarms for reproductive rights groups about what is yet to come. Here's how the president of Reproductive Freedom for All put it to my colleagues earlier.
What is of our top concern is administrative actions that a Trump administration can take without Congress. Things like bringing back the Comstock Act to restrict access to abortion medication by mail and even birth control by mail. Major and critical administration appointments like the head of HHS, the head of the FDA, judicial nominations in the courts, where we know so much of this is going to continue to be litigated.
So I want to bring in NBC's Ali Vitale. Ali, your other job of many jobs is covering Congress full-time. This was one of the central pillars of Kamala Harris's campaign.
Yeah.
Take us inside the data. What does it tell us about how women cast their ballot? And what is your forecast for what, the House and the Senate are going to do on this?
Well, certainly, look, the House is still up for grabs at this point. We're waiting to see key races called. On the Senate side, we know that Republicans have taken control of that chamber. By how much? That's what we're waiting to see. But when you think about this issue and the way that Minnie Timuraju was talking about this, and I'm sure that you guys know this, but before she was at Reproductive Freedom for All, back in 2016, she was actually in charge of women's voting coalitions with the Hillary Clinton campaign. And so this is someone who is not just working on reproductive freedom in light of this new landscape post-Roe. She is someone who intimately knows the ways that campaigns can and need to motivate various groups of women. And so when you look at the fact, for example, that Trump was able to go from a 15-point spread in 2020 among women voters compared to the Democratic candidate, he narrowed it then in 2024 to a 10-point spread. It does start to tell a story of maybe what women were motivated by and the ways in which they metabolized the Trump campaign in this post-Roe landscape. For Kamala Harris, one of the key talking points when she first ascended to this position was that the issue set was finally meeting her where she was. As a vice president, she's someone who had worked very hard on elevating the issue of abortion, frankly, in a way that President Biden himself was never able to do, in part because of his discomfort even talking about the practice of abortion, let alone highlighting it as a key issue the way that Democrats wanted it to be seen. So for Harris, this was seen as a potential galvanizing factor. But then when you look at the way that it broke down in our exit polling, especially among men and women, but even just look at the women column when we actually put it on the screen, 33% of women said state of democracy was their most important issue. 28% then said that the economy was their top issue. And then coming in third at 19%, women said that abortion was one of their top issues. And I think that this is something where we're going to need a little more time to parse out what the thinking was behind these voters' decisions, because I think for some viewers, and even for people like me who cover this regularly, it's confusing to see in off-cycle, non-presidential years, people come out, for example, in Ohio by the millions to vote to shore up access to abortion care, in other red states to show that they want access to this care, and then to see in the largest litmus test that we've ever had since Dobbs overturned Roe, to then see that this was not a top issue and that the electorate itself didn't fundamentally change. I think that's really going to cause a lot of us to parse through even deeper and try to pick apart what actually happened here.
Juanita, what do you think happened here? I mean, there was so much conversation around this. We saw in the majority of states where it was actually on the ballot, protecting reproductive rights, won. Having said that, you look at these numbers, 8% of men, 19% of women. What does that bode when you talk about the things that can still be done, even without Congress getting involved?
I'm thinking about the mental gymnastics in the minds of the voters who supported the amendments in their state constitutions for abortion, but then still voted for Donald Trump, the president who appointed 3 anti-choice justices, which prompted the overturn of Roe in the first place. I'm thinking about how in Florida, where the amendment did not pass, it got 57% of support of the 60 required, because they, of course, the structural barrier is always a favorite move by Florida Republicans. But getting even 57% of support for that amendment on their constitution and for marijuana legalization as well, but still overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump. There's a massive disconnect here.
Do you think the country is just much more conservative than maybe the Democratic Party thinks it is?
Well, how does that conservative position hold up when you say, oh, we're only pro-life here, but we're supporting across partisan lines access to abortion care, right? Like there's clearly a line where they draw that and how they consider the top of the ticket.
And there's a very big number in those
drawing
exit
is the
polls.
line that Trump is telling him to draw, which is federal versus state. And then, so we're protecting abortion rights. In Missouri, they protected abortion rights, and therefore they don't have to worry about
But
that.
I'm protecting my pocketbook by voting for Donald Trump. That may be part
But
of
it's
the
also
calculation.
in those exit polls, in those same numbers, it's 19% of the women say it should be their top issue, but there is a large majority in those same numbers in both genders of people who say it should be legal in all instances.
Right.
Or in most instances.
But they're not holding Donald Trump accouble for that.
That's the disconnect that I'm highlighting. And it does.
Well, there was a poll.
There was a
poll. Not to interrupt you, I'm so sorry, but there was a poll a little bit. I mean, maybe it was 6 months ago, talking about how the country sees the issue of abortion, and there was some just wild number. It was like 17%. And Nora, you can check me on this. Nora's back there. 17% of Democratic voters thought it was Joe Biden's fault that abortion, that Roe v. Wade was overturned because he was in charge when the Supreme Court did it. And it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how it was a very large number. It was a surprising number. So I wonder how much of it is people just not getting how it happened.
Also that Donald Trump changed and tried to modify his position, as did Republican candidates around the country, to try to
17% was right, by the way. 17% was right.
Moving forward, do you think, because the polls do show, when you take the election out of it, the majority of Americans support reproductive rights. And I do think the messaging from Democrats has been effective about how it affects women's health overall. We're not just talking about abortion. We're talking about health care for women. But so when you look at those big picture numbers that abortion should be legal, 66% nationwide, does that in any way make anybody in the Trump administration or anybody in Congress hesitate?
I think it'll make Congress hesitate to try to pass a national abortion ban, but I think because of what Minnie said at the beginning there, they're going to feel like they're going to be able to do a lot to limit abortion rights through executive actions and stuff. So I think that they will think about it strategically. My two broad observations is, one, I think a more generous way to look at the voters is that, like, the plan to put abortion ballot initiatives on in these states actually backfired, right? Like there was an idea that it would motivate women, but also maybe men who are pro-choice, more to turn out. But allowed them to split their decision. And there's no evidence of a surge of turnout among the types of demos you'd see. Like in Wisconsin, you look at Dane County. It's not like that there was a surge of turnout from 2020 to 2024. It went the other way.
You know, by the way, because I did talk to organizers of some of those ballot initiatives who made the explicit point of not saying that this is a Democratic initiative. This is a nonpartisan
But it gave them an
initiative.
insurance policy because they felt they could vote for Trump, those who wanted to, and that the referendum would protect abortion.
The poll, by the way, was from May 2024, and it was 17%. It was a New York Times poll. So one of the Gold Star polls. I just want to remind everybody that this was all happening as we were hearing stories reported out by ProPublica and others of girls and women dying because they couldn't get abortion care. Women who, not that it should matter, but women who wanted these babies, having miscarriages, and then bleeding out or being forced to wait so long in hospital rooms while their cervix was open for the babies, which was not going to live, the fetus's heartbeat to stop, that they develop infections and have to come back and then die of sepsis. Like these stories
are infertile.
Or infertile. These stories are horrifying, and they would have once seemed completely ludicrous in this country. Only a couple years ago, they would have been ludicrous. It would have never happened. And I'll remind you that there was an abortion measure in Ireland, maybe it was 10 years ago now. Ireland was one of the last countries to legalize abortion, very Catholic country. And what got it over the top there, what legalized abortion in Ireland, was one particular case of a woman who was miscarrying her child and couldn't get the care she needed. And the country heard about this one woman's story. She died. One woman's story, and that name became a rallying cry, and that overturned abortion in the country of Ireland. We've now heard so many of these stories here in the United States.
But don't you think, that was exactly my point. I think
why is
those
it not
stories,
a rallying cry?
Those stories have been effective to the extent of you see the numbers of people who support abortion rights have gone up. But you see in state after state after state, not all of them, what was it, 7 out of 10,
Chris,
they pass.
Exceptions are meaningless, and that is the point that hasn't gotten across. Because when doctors in Texas are afraid to decide to take action, because how do you determine when is the life of a mother in danger?
Well,
At what
111
stage?
OBGYNs in Texas signed a letter calling for...
But you can't define that. And so is it at this hour of the day or this hour of the day? And if you don't make that decision...
the authority away from the doctors.
Exactly.
It's taking the discretion.
And I fear that voters forgot who brought us here in their decision making.
Well, I mean, clearly 17% of Democrats, according to the New York Times, thought it was Joe Biden's fault. All right, Ali Vitale's already gone. Not to beat that with a hammer, but that was a surprising number to me, and I wonder if it's still part of the issue here. Still to come, the Democratic postmortem begins while the voters are still trickling in from 2 big battlegrounds that have yet to be called. We're going to go live to Arizona and Nevada. You're watching special post-election day coverage right here on MSNBC.
As a black man, why would I expect anything better? Why would I expect them to be progressive and vote for a black woman? I tried, I voted, I did my part.
I feel refreshed. I feel really energized this morning. Happy. I feel like Trump, he did it. He did it. He didn't give up.
Voters across the country are reacting to Donald Trump's victory. Right now, the results in 4 states, though, are still too close to call. That includes the battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada, 2 states that Joe Biden narrowly won in 2020. Priscilla Thompson is in Phoenix for us, and David Noriega is in Las Vegas. Priscilla, what's happening on the ground in Arizona?
Yeah, Katie, well, we are on campus at Arizona State University, and the reason we came here is because when you look at the exit polling, you see how well Donald Trump performed with first-time voters. And I will tell you, just being on this campus, we've seen at least a dozen people walking around with those red Make America Great Again hats on. Everyone we've talked to, both Harris and Trump supporters, saying that they were shocked when they woke up this morning to that result. But take a listen to some of what folks here had to say.
I didn't really know if Kamala Harris was going to be elected, especially because she would have been the first female president and the first female person of color to be elected, which would have been monumental. So it's a little disheartening to see that that wasn't the case this year.
I was honestly shocked because going into it, I thought Trump was definitely a weaker candidate, but I was just shocked to hear he came out on top.
I really liked his border policies, and we had a very good economic growth between 2016 and 2020 during his first term. And I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the states.
So, David
And
Noriega,
I did speak to that one. Oh, I was just going to say, I spoke to one young man who actually told me he was on the fence, but it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who have been in and around this campus sharing the message of Donald Trump that ultimately pushed him over. And he said it's one of the reasons we're seeing all those Make America Great Again hats on campus, because they brought them and distributed them to the students here. Katie?
And Priscilla, I wanted to, and I'm sorry prematurely, bring in David Noriega from Nevada, but we still don't have a final determination.
That's right. So I'm standing right outside the vote tabulation center for here in Clark County. For the state of Nevada, we're about 93% of votes counted, about 158,000 votes still to count. Trump is currently leading with about a 5-point margin, but as you said, this is still too close to call. I want to talk briefly about Clark County, the Vegas metro area where I am now. In past cycles, Democratic candidates have carried Clark County by roughly 10 to 15 points. This election, with all votes counted for Clark County, a virtual tie. Harris squeaked out a victory less than 1 percentage point. Clark County it's the population center for the state. This used to be the blue stronghold that carried Nevada for the Democratic candidates in each of the last several election cycles. That stronghold no longer exists for the Democrats. Another important race to pay attention to here is the Senate race between retired Army Captain Sam Brown, Republican, and the incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen. Rosen had pretty comfortable leads in the polls throughout this entire election cycle. Brown now appears potentially poised for an upset. He is currently ahead by, guys, 4 votes. Of course, there are still many votes to be counted, and it might be several days before we get a final answer out of here in Nevada. We spoke to the Secretary of State yesterday, who told us that there were signature issues with approximately 14,000 mail-in ballots. The people who were alerted that their ballots were not accepted have 6 days to cure those ballots. That might not make a difference in the presidential race, but given how tight that Senate race is, that might be decisive on whether or not the Republican Sam Brown pulls an upset against Jackie Rosen. Again, guys, I just want to stress, Vegas, Clark County, crystal clear window into our newly realigned electorate. Quarter of the electorate here is Latino, broke strongly for Trump. The Democrats just can no longer consider Clark County the stronghold that they used to.
What a big change. Well, thanks to David Noriega and again to Priscilla Thompson.
Well, record fundraising, comprehensive ground game, still a resounding loss for the Harris campaign. So will this election change campaign strategies forever? So a couple of notes we just got from the White House. Joe Biden has been on the phone. He called Kamala Harris and he congratulated her. He also called President-elect Donald Trump and invited him to the White House at a date that they will come up with later. And tomorrow we'll hear from President Biden to talk about the transition. He will speak to the nation. But in the meantime, there are some serious political questions about whether Donald Trump's victory has basically blown up everything we thought we knew about presidential campaigns. How much money matters. Donald Trump was out fundraised by about $600 million. The power of a positive message versus the dangers of a bleak one. And the importance of a ground game. The Harris campaign said they knocked on more than 3 million doors in battleground states this weekend alone. That doesn't even include a lot of grassroots groups. There you see Kamala Harris herself out with some voters. Let me bring back our panel. Tim, you ran a presidential campaign, or you worked on a presidential campaign. What's going on? Do we know nothing about campaigns anymore?
Yeah, we know nothing, and a lot of political consult. There's a big cash transfer going from regular people and rich donors to political consultants who've done really well to no evidence. I mean, the last 3 winning campaigns have had essentially no grassroots ground game, right? Because Joe Biden didn't run one in 2020 because it was in the midst of the pandemic. Donald Trump this time outsourced it. In 2016, the RNC came in late. A lot, and at the presidential campaign, I've been on this hobby horse for years. The ads that everybody's putting all this money into, nobody sees them anymore. And everybody knows, like, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris were in everybody's TikTok feed, their YouTube. They're talking about them on Joe Rogan. They're talking about them on your sports podcast.
Their text messages.
People are fast forwarding through the commercials. It's not 2004. The Democrats ran a great
on
They ran a great 2004 campaign, and she ran a by-the-book campaign. This is not, but it's like, this is a different world, and you've got to act differently. And the Democrats need to have a real awakening about that.
But was it TikTok, New Generation, and was it Elon Musk in Pennsylvania? That is a different kind of money, and it's a different kind of campaigning.
No, well, kind of. But Harris less people turned out than last time, significantly less, and she's going to have millions and millions fewer votes. So, like, that tells you there's something about the grassroots operation that isn't working, or they're turning out people that voted against her. The Trump message was getting to people. So how is it getting to people? Yes, and this is what I'm saying. Where the Trump thing is working, is Trump might be a liar, but he's an authentic liar, if that makes sense. Like,
we were talking about it earlier.
He goes onto those shows, and he's natural, and and that is how people get information in this day and age. We all know too much about each other. You know, we all hear from each other in your Instagram stories and everything, and people want politicians to talk to them like that. And I think Kamala Harris ran a very good campaign in a traditional sense. But that's wasn't really her strong suit, and they didn't put her in a lot of positions.
But where was he getting that message out? What was it on social media?
Yeah, literally on the victory speech last night, Aiden Ross, the Nelk boys, Theo Vaughn, and Joe Rogan were name checked. I'm guessing most of the people watching this only know who one of those people are. But they have huge audiences, and Donald Trump was going and speaking to them. And obviously Elon Musk, we can talk about what he's doing on the X platform. Like this is, that he was communicating to people in a different way than a traditional campaign. And the traditional campaign works in different.
But we thought she was all over social media and in new ways too.
Not really, to be honest.
I think it also underscores something that men have been feeling in the past 8 years or so, especially after the Me Too movement, that they are wrong all the time. They're always on the wrong side of any given issue. That they're the bad guys. And I don't say that to sympathize. I say that just with experience. I've got young kids, and I see what they're fed on social media, and I see the way that they're trained to think, which is that they're the victims and they're the problem. And Donald Trump came out and went on all these bro podcasts, and these are spaces where they're told, no, you're right, you're better, you're great, you deserve a position at the top, and this is the guy who will help you get back to your rightful state.
Well, then to turn Marshall McLuhan on his head, it's the message, not the medium.
I think it's also the messenger.
Well, it turns out that young men they're low propensity voters, but they came out.
And they want to be Trump. They want to live the way he does without any type of accountability. In this show alone, we've talked about court cases being removed from the DOJ. We've talked about a sentencing hearing that might not even happen.
He can do and say whatever he wants.
And gain that support. It's about people wanting to emulate that and tap into that, and they feel empowered by it. Katie, it could be part of what you just said about people, men having their egos bruised for being told they're wrong to believe harmful things, but the other reality is they absolutely want to be Donald Trump.
There's another part of this, because we've seen, and we saw it particularly after Hillary Clinton lost, that a lot of Democratic grassroots organizations sprung up. And they organized seemingly really well. They got tens of thousands of volunteers. In aggregate, they made millions, tens of millions of phone calls, knocked on doors, wrote handwritten letters. Obviously, they're feeling now, they felt very empowered. I talked to a lot of them over the course of the last several weeks. It was also calming for them. They felt they were doing something. But what does this say to them about the power of an individual to get involved and go? I was speaking with somebody who last night was in Erie, Pennsylvania, trying to get those last stragglers to get out to vote. What does it say to them?
Well, they have to ask, is this the way we actually move public opinion? And I think it's, let's study how Trump did it. Let's study what he did and how he connected.
Candidate forward, right?
It's candidate forward. That's what I was to say. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with people getting out in their community. And I think that there are ways to organize at a local level that is very important. A presidential election is not that, right? It's a national, and especially in the modern age, it's like, just think about it practically. You're on the door for 20 seconds. Then that person that's on the door is in their phone, seeing all of their friends posting, people that they trust, that they know, that they have real views, and that they're seeing it in their TikTok and their Instagram. They're seeing, right? So, it just has limited efficacy in the context of a presidential campaign, and you need a candidate that can speak to that in a way that's authentic.
Somebody coming from New York City and going down to Reading, Pennsylvania, and saying, here's how you should vote, is all that convincing?
Well, it wasn't New York City, but yeah, from Ohio. But I'm just saying that...
No, I'm not saying your example in particular, but just I've seen my friends, people that I know, that I have in my community going out and doing that. I'm just not sure... How effective having an outsider come into your community to tell you how to vote is.
We also have
right? I know people from the Washington area who were up in Pennsylvania who were canvassing for.
Yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately Donald Trump won because they liked him.
Yeah,
and they liked his message of harm and everything he was spouting. It all ties in together.
Candidate forward, more than grassroots efforts. I got to say thank you guys, because we're running up against a hard out. So Juanita Tolliver, thank you so much. You two are sticking around. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the next hour of special coverage of the re-election of Donald Trump, can Republicans win total control in Washington? We're going to check in on the races. Well, that could secure the House as well for the Republicans. Don't go anywhere. good to be with you. I'm Katie Turtle alongside my colleagues Andrea Mitchell and Chris Jansing. At this hour, here is what we are watching. 5 Senate races remain uncalled, though Republicans have officially gained control of that chamber. The House, though, is still up for grabs, with dozens of competitive race results still being counted. And Vice President Kamala Harris is set to speak at Howard University, her alma mater, about an hour from now, where she's expected to publicly concede last night's election to Donald Trump. The vice president already called Trump today, congratulating him on his win.
And joining us now, historian and Rogers Distinguished Professor at Vanderbilt University, John Meacham, writer-at-large at The Bulwark and MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller, Washington Post columnist and MSNBC political analyst Eugene Robinson, and co-host of MSNBC's The Weekend and former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris, Simone Sanders Townsend. So, John, I want to start where Liz Cheney left off. You've written extensively about the threat that Donald Trump poses to American democracy. The guardrails that Cheney referenced are gone.
Let me read this, because we didn't get this. We changed script, so let's get the Liz Cheney thing in.
Okay.
She said in an early morning post, our nation's democratic system functioned last night, and we have a new president-elect. All Americans are bound, whether we like the outcome or not, to accept the results of our elections. We now have a special responsibility as citizens of the greatest nation on earth to do everything we can to support and defend our Constitution, preserve the rule of law, and ensure that our institutions hold over these coming 4 years. Citizens across this country, our courts, members of the press, and those serving in our federal government. I'm losing the script.
Must now be
state and local governments must now be the guardrails of democracy.
So, John, what is our responsibility as citizens? And do we have a responsibility to better understand our fellow Americans, the people who feel aggrieved, who responded to the Donald Trump message for whatever reasons, and try to ascertain whether there are now permanent roadblocks to the acceptance of a woman leading this country?
Well, I think democracy fundamentally is a covenant, and this system does not work and will not work going forward if we don't have, and I mean we, the antecedent of we is all of us, if we don't have the capacity to give as well as to take. And there are, as Congresswoman Cheney just wrote, and as so many of us have argued for a while now, President Trump has represented, embodied, manifested threats to that covenant. That said, as Liz said there, we have an obligation to recognize that you can't be for democracy only when you win. That doesn't work. And so the question now is we try to keep this covenant, and from my perspective, what we do is we say to those, and I have a lot of them, and I suspect all of you all do too, I have a lot of people who have said that I hyperventilate and have taken President Trump to literally, he doesn't really mean it. Okay, let's find out. Prove me wrong. I want to be wrong. As recently as Tuesday morning, I was arguing that he represents a genuine threat to the constitutional order because I believe after 2020 he was a difference not of degree but of kind. And now 51% of our fellow Americans have disagreed. And so I very much, it's not that hard to prove me wrong. And so I say, let's do that now. And you ask about the gender question. I don't believe it's permanent. I don't think anything is permanent in life. But it is, as the father of daughters, who's had this conversation now twice, it is a difficult time. And I think that there's a great deal. I do believe the country has a soul, and I think that we need to do a great deal of soul searching.
Whether or not we take Donald Trump at his word last night when he said he wanted to bring the country together, I think Simone Sanders, people at least some people have suggested today that there are a lot of voters who listened very carefully to what Kamala Harris said when she was asked whether or not she would do anything differently than her boss, an unpopular president, Joe Biden, and she said nothing she could think of. And so in a campaign that was about change and where people made it clear that they want to change, they rejected that answer. Talk about the different ways in which what Donald Trump says is taken one way, the other candidates, it's taken another way, and how you think that played into what we're seeing and should be or not a lesson going forward for Democrats.
Well, it's lovely to be here with you all.
It's great to see you.
It's good to see y'all. I've been watching you in my office, so I was trying to do my nails. Okay, so let me just say this. And I'm happy to be an outlier, but I think that my analysis over this last year has been actually quite consistent. So bear with me. I actually, when the voters are polled, and they've been polled over the last, year and a half, asked specifically about the presidential election and Joe Biden and Donald Trump, the voters would say, I didn't want a rematch, right? I don't like the economy. I don't like the direction of the country. And they're saying that because they are looking at the reality of their situation, the grocery prices, the housing, all the things that we all know to be true, the home care, right? All policies that Vice President Kamala Harris put forward. I don't actually believe that Joe Biden himself is unpopular. I don't. I think that people do like Joe Biden. I think that they thought he was too old to be president, and I disagreed with that notion as well. But I think that this idea that Joe Biden, because she didn't run away from the president, frankly, the president who was in large part the reason that Vice President Harris herself became the Democratic nominee because of the loyalty and the relationship she and the president had to one another, when there were people that, had known the president nearly 40 years who had helped to orchestrate his demise in the press and with the people. I just think that it's not as black and white as people like to say. But the reality of people's situation and how the voters felt absolutely had a lot to do with what is in front of them, their state of mind. Given that, I think the campaign that that Vice President Harris herself ran, she left it all on the field. I think that she and the president are remarkable public servants. And I think that the vice president is a warrior, and she should be proud of herself. I've talked to a lot of people today that are proud of her. But I reject the notion that the reason she didn't do well is because of Joe Biden. I think that the campaign people, the strategists, I think there's a lack of self-awareness about indictment of some of the strategy of the strategists.
Should he have not run for re-election and had an open primary last year?
Here's the thing. I think that that's a hypothetical that if he didn't, what would have happened? There's no, frankly, guarantee that Vice President Harris would have emerged as the candidate. There's no guarantee that whoever would have emerged would have been able to beat Donald Trump. I mean, that's just like saying if Bernie Sanders would have won in 2016, he would have beat Trump. Well, perhaps, but that would have meant he won black voters in the primary.
My point was that he was aging, he was slowing down, he was avoiding the press. They were making all kinds of accommodations and scheduled to him, and he made a decision to run for re-election at his age with whatever frailties he was experiencing. And there would have been more time for the party to coalesce and organize. That's all.
The economics here is really important. What Donald Trump did is he has consistently run a campaign of economic populism. Now, populism, I believe, like cast mud, is a thin ideology just mixed with the thick ideology. So Donald Trump's populism is mixed up with xenophobia, with racism, with nationalism, right? Bernie Sanders is an economic populist, but doesn't have the type of populism, frankly, that Trump had. The Democrats' message in this cycle, when Vice President Harris became the top of the ticket, she talked about the economic issues, focused on the people. She had an economic agenda. I would argue if there's an analysis of it, perhaps instead of price gouging, it's the companies are trying to take advantage of you, right? Because that's the populist spin and the populist message that might be a better counter. But we cannot discount the fact that there are people in the country that wanted what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were selling. Maybe and I fundamentally believe they didn't necessarily hear everything that he said, but there are people in the country that believe that Donald Trump was a really good businessman. He's a master marketer. They believed that, and they voted for that. And the idea that there is something that Vice President Harris herself could have done, she left it all on the field, a remarkable warrior. One could argue that the people that voted for Donald Trump, they wanted this, and so they're going to get what they asked for. Who didn't do this were the black voters that everybody opined about for weeks on end. It wasn't black men. right?
No.
You know, it wasn't black women. And so the last thing I'll say on this is that, you know, people always talk about how black women are going to save democracy and women are going to save us. I would argue, one, you can't save someone that doesn't want to be saved, but also you definitely can't save people that don't even believe they're in danger.
Let me put up on the screen a New York Times graphic, which I thought was really illustrative of where we are today. And this shows basically a big swath of the country. What camera? There I am. Big swath of the country with red arrows pointing to the right. I think we have this graphic. It's coming.
Washington Post.
Here it is. No, it's the New York Times. It's a red shift across the United. This is early voting data, so California and Oregon and Washington and Alaska are coming at some point. But it shows that in nearly every county, 90% of the counties, there was a rightward shift. People shifted toward Donald Trump. And this is all demographics. It's women, it's black men, it's Latino voters, black men in some key places.
Where is it black men, though? But I don't think that's true. I'm sorry,
we had Ellie Vitale go through this a little bit earlier. We can bring the graphics up.
Yeah.
It's not in large numbers.
Correct.
But it is a shift in at least a small number, and these shifts matter. It's a big shift with Latino voters.
Yes, because I'm sorry, but the narrative writ large across the media apparatus.
I'm not giving you a narrative. I'm giving you data. I'm giving you what the numbers are saying.
Hold on. What I'm saying is the narrative writ large across the media apparatus for weeks is that Donald Trump has made inroads with black men. Now, I'm going to defer to the great Eugene. Maybe if I'm saying something wrong, please tell me.
No. Look, I am with you on this. I've written this twice this morning already, that if you look at black voters, she got the same percentage that Joe Biden got. And I have not seen, I had not seen that graphic, but, or any numbers there. I mean, it's
a very small
It is
shift,
1
but what I'm
percentage
talking,
point.
I'm not arguing the larger point here, and don't take me to think that I am. But what I am saying is across the country, there was a shift. And the data shows it. This is not, it's not my opinion, it's the data.
There
was
also
a
are
shift.
fewer
so if there is a
who identify as Democrats.
Let me finish my question. If there is a shift, where is the room, and Simone, I want you to do this, where is the room for Democrats to shift it back?
I'll just jump in and then Simone. But there was a big shift among white working-class voters. I mean, in places like Passaic County, New Jersey. Trump came within 5 points of winning New Jersey, and he won Passaic County, which is a bright blue county, and he won the working-class parts of that county. That was, to me, at least from what I've seen, that was the more definitive shift that we saw.
And the Hispanic.
And it does say something about the Democratic Party's...
Yeah, there was a shift in Manhattan. There was a shift in Brooklyn. There was a shift in Queens.
Right, there was a shift in New York City, absolutely. And Democrats have to have a message that connects with those voters that left them this time. They left them, absolutely. This is a much broader victory by Trump than his 2016.
It's a lot college-educated versus non-college educated. It's all of that.
And a
it's
gender
the Hispanic vote, which really was a shift.
Can I, because I want to answer Katie's question. That's why I wanted to defer to Eugene, because I agree with him. I think if you look at, let's take North Carolina, for example. Democrats who were on the ballot statewide in North Carolina, everyone except the vice president won. I just want us to look and see who was on the ballot. So that's one thing in North Carolina. But if you talk about these working class voters, the reason I'm pushing back so hard on what I'm going to call a narrative, okay, about black voters and black men specifically is because the actual data doesn't bore it out. What does bore out is what our colleague Jose Diaz-Balart has been saying for a while, is that there's not a Latino vote, there are Latino voters. Yeah. And I think this insatiable need, and frankly, Democrats have done, that's Latinx. Come on, Democrats, what is Latinx? You talk to a Hispanic or Latino voter and they'll say, that doesn't even resonate with us. But for a long time, the Democratic Party apparatus talked about Latinx. I will just say for a very long time, I think there has been too much painting with a broad stroke brush with people of color.
So that's a really good point. So instead of get away from demographics, don't paint anyone with a broad brush. Don't go, I'm going to try to get this group with this message and that group with this message in terms of demographics. Instead, go to, what are the issues that are going to affect these individual voters? Come to them as individuals rather than voting blocks.
Well, I just...
is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think people, i.e. some strategists, but also people within the media apparatus, we've painted for far too long with a broad stroke brush talking about people of color in one large group, not recognizing the diversity of the voters, particularly within the Hispanic and Latino community. And for the last 3 cycles that I was a Democratic strategist, Latino men and black men had been targets in all of the campaigns that I had worked for and in the down ballot races. And so the Democrats had identified that this was a weak spot for them. They have not figured out if, in fact, these are voters that can be winnable for them.
Simone, we did see a big gender gap among younger men and first-time voters, where men and women went in very different directions than one might have expected. We thought that the new voters, the younger voters under 30, would all be Harris voters, frankly. When we saw those college campuses voting, we thought that was a Harris vote, and it turned out not to be the case, which was interesting.
So let me bring in MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris, because she's been waiting. And Michelle, you've been inside a few of these campaigns over more than a few election cycles, and I know you've been very much around the Kamala Harris campaign. I want you to weigh in, because everyone is asking, was there a fundamental miscalculation of some kind? I think absolutely Simone Sanders is right. You cannot say that Kamala Harris in the 107 days didn't work her butt off and didn't leave it all on the field. But moving forward, are there any clear messages, do you think, from this campaign to the Democratic Party writ large?
Well, there are messages and there are lessons, and you cannot, first of all, thank you for having me on today. And there are lessons. And there are clearly some miscalculations, because if you look at how well Donald Trump performed across the board and across several demographics, clearly the polls were wrong, and clearly some of the narratives were wrong. I think the point that Simone is trying to say is that a lot of time, a lot of airtime, a lot of ink was spent talking about the performance of black men at the polls. And then we look at these numbers and we realize that it may have been almost a bit of a head fake. You know, all that time spent in barbershops, all that time with messaging that was aimed at black men, the opportunity agenda for black men. You know, there are questions now, should that have maybe been for brown men? So it wasn't so targeted to just one group. So there will be some interesting, you know, right now there's a lot of finger pointing and first thought forensics, but there will be some real forensics going on, and they will try to take the lessons from this. It's important who does that work also. So when you're actually going back and trying to take the lessons, that you don't engage in something that they call a confirmation bias, where you're looking for things that actually support the beliefs that you already hold. There really has to be a sort of open-hearted, open-armed look to take the lessons and to understand how to better perform with white working-class voters, with Latino voters in that broad and diverse diaspora of Latino voters. And among white women, it's interesting, in some places, the abortion ballots actually brought out larger numbers of white women, but they voted in favor of protecting reproductive rights, but then they also voted in favor of Donald Trump. So there's cases where Democrats outperformed, but they still, in those states, Kamala Harris still lost to Donald Trump. So this will have to be studied deep and hard. And right now the campaign is, you know, they'll do the forensics later, but right now they're really focused on the speech at 4 o'clock at Howard, on that brief but spectacular moment where she made that call. You know, there's probably a whole book to be written on that call. That happens every 4 years, or every time there is a change in power, and that concession speech, and the importance of sending a message where she can be proud of the race that she ran, but also remind people that the fight continues, remind people that, yes, you know, this is a day to lick your wounds. Many people have shed tears. I don't think you're going to be able to get a spa appointment in Washington this weekend, because a lot of people are talking about self-care. But, you know, that the work continues after that. And in that brief call, with Donald Trump, to also, remind him that he did talk about healing. What does that look like for the country? And this is an opportunity to make the case for moving the country forward without dragging it backwards. Not likely that he would listen to that message coming from her, but you only have one time to make that call, because it's not likely the two of them will be in communication much beyond this.
Michelle, with that, take us inside that camp, the Harris camp at this hour. What you know about that, what you can share about that call, because we saw the promise from Donald Trump before the RNC that his speech there was going to be a unifying speech, and it lasted maybe for 20 minutes and then went off into a completely different direction. So, what did she express to him, and how she had the resources to pull herself together and talk to him that way, if she did? Help us understand better what might have happened.
I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about what happened in the call, because they're very disciplined, and out of respect for her, the camp is really
and what
keeping
about her
that very
dress
tight.
now at Howard? We see the image, we see the picture of Howard and the yard where she will be, where she would have been last night for a victory celebration, of course, so poignantly. So how is she pulling herself together? This is a tough woman with a great deal of empathy. What is going on there?
She is a tough woman. She's a prosecutor. She has to make a different kind of closing argument now. This is almost an opening argument for the next chapter for Democrats. Doing it at Howard and recognizing that she's not just speaking to several audiences. She's speaking to the group that will assemble there last night, joyous moment, there today, totally different mood. She's speaking to people in their cars and kitchens and in their homes thinking about the road ahead. She's speaking to Republicans, those who supported her and those who supported him, and will ask them to think about what he will actually deliver. He's made some big promises. Can he improve the economy? Will he really start rounding up people? So she'll talk to that, but she also knows in particular that she's talking to young people because she's on a college campus where she herself was once a young person. And I've been told that she's very much thinking about young people and how they handle this moment, recognizing that a lot of first-time voters went the other way, but understanding that the future of the Democratic Party depends in part on how young people see this moment and see their role in the party and in their role in American democracy.
I want to bring John Meacham back into the conversation. So we're waiting for this speech. And John, if you were taking part in the drafting of this speech, what would you be saying today to the Democratic Party, which feels pretty devastated?
That we are a frail, flawed people. We always have been. The point of the United States was to find a way to minimize the bad we could do and pull off that this would not be the most eloquent prose, what I'm saying right now, but the idea would be, how do you, Lincoln did not use minimize a lot, so I shouldn't throw that out. The point of the United States was to actually found ourselves, found a nation on an idea. Declaration of Independence is our mission statement. The Constitution of the United States is the user's guide. The Constitution is flawed. We're flawed. The mission statement is the North Star. And one thing that, again, I would say in a situation like this, which is one of the many, many reasons I'll never be in a position like this, is we've lived out of compliance as a country with the Declaration of Independence a hell of a lot more years than we've lived in compliance with it. And it's a sobering, not particularly inspirational message, at least on the surface. But that's what history is. That's what politics is. It's about possibility, yes, but it's also about peril. And if you're a Democrat today, if you are a Harris voter, and I think there are a lot of Harris voters who are not Democrats, you're wondering, what is the peril ahead? And I think that we have to be called to really a kind of rigorous citizenship. This is a stress test for democratic, lowercase d, citizenship. And can you continue to bear witness to that declaration in an arena that has broken your heart? That's what she has to pull off here.
There are broken hearts today. There is no doubt about that. Michelle making the point of the many full spas in the Washington, D.C., and I would argue New York, Los Angeles, Chicago areas. But let me ask you about what he just said about, you know, the messaging and small d democracy. You were on a campaign where someone who people had high hopes for did not win and lost to Donald Trump much earlier in the process. But look, give people a second to have a breath. We only gave, you know, John 5 seconds to try to write a speech. We apologize for that. But I think in 107 or 8 days, whatever it was, they called it a movement. What she organized, yes, she lost, but what she organized in that amount of time, I can't imagine you can look at it as anything but impressive. She will have to make a decision about what she does with that, what she does with the followers who still believe in her, the currency, the political currency that she may have. What's it like inside those rooms afterwards, and who will lead the Democratic Party going forward? Is she someone who has the ability to make a decision to move forward?
I don't think so. On to the latter question. To the former, it sucks being in the room. I've written some pretty okay concession speeches. I don't have a lot of other great speeches under my belt like Meacham, but I've written quite a few concessions. They're hard, but it's important to be authentic, right? Like, this is her moment. She should just speak to people about what she's really feeling. And I think that it is important to reaffirm that she will abide by her democratic traditions, and she will do what, she doesn't have to say this, but it's implicit. She'll do what Donald Trump was not going to do if he had lost. And she will affirm his victory on January 6th as the sitting vice president, which he wanted his vice president to overturn the last time. But as far as the future is concerned, this isn't really a time for highfalutin rhetoric about all this stuff. And I was like listening to your guys' first conversation before we went to John, like this, we're analyzing subgroups and what's this one group and what, like, she did worse among every group except for college-educated women. Every group. Maybe not that much, maybe more among some groups than other groups, but you saw the map with the red arrows. It was everywhere except for in the high-income, college-educated suburbs. That was it. Like, everywhere else, the country went more to the right. And the Democrats, whoever leads the Democratic Party, needs to figure out how to talk to people. And I'm not talking about messaging like, oh, you have to get the right talking point down, or, oh, you have to get this exact policy right. I'm open to what the policy is. It could be a moderate that I would like. It could be a populist like Bernie. I don't know. What I do know is that they got to figure out how to talk to regular people like regular people.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Donald Trump doesn't, it's not like there's some policies that he's pretty closely hewed to, like mass deportations, but generally policy is not his thing. It is just speaking.
Yeah, but that's not for Vice President Harris to do today. She's not going to do that today.
No.
I do think one thing, we're talking about the spas and everything, but she might mention that self-care aspect because people were so invested in this election. And her supporters on the Howard campus. I mean, look at that crowd. Many of them were there last night to celebrate a victory. They're young. They haven't had their heart broken before in this way necessarily, in this exact way. And so, it's just to tell them that don't let Donald Trump take up residence inside your head. Right, that there's an externality here, and so take care of business and fight for the country and fight for your issues and fight for that, but don't let it.
And don't lose your ideals. Don't lose your hope.
Don't lose your hope, and don't let it drive you crazy.
All right, Michelle Norris, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate all of your insight, and good luck out there today. Also, John Meacham, as always, thank you to you, sir. Still ahead, what we're watching with control of the House still up for grabs. Specific races when we come back in 90 seconds.
After picking up seats in West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio, Republicans won control of the Senate, but control of the House of Representatives is still up for grabs. Let's talk about that. Simone, what are you watching for right now?
Look,
you still have hope for the Democrats?
Well, when I was talking to the folks who were connected to all these House races last night, after North Carolina went south for Democrats and Pennsylvania was very clearly not looking like they had the numbers in Philadelphia County, I called up all the House folks, and they said that they are cautiously optimistic that many of their incumbents they believe are going to hold, with some notable exceptions. And they said last night that three different people said that Susan Wild would be one of those notable exceptions, because given the numbers in Pennsylvania, there's just no way she could hold on. There was the same, in 1968, the presidential election in 1968 was the same election where Richard Nixon won and Shirley Chisholm became the first black woman elected to the House of Representatives. And so in this election, there are many things that have happened. Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States of America, but Democrats also, Shamari Figures is now a congressman-elect in an Alabama seat that was created out of a lawsuit that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, led by the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and local Alabama voters, in addition with ACLU and so on and so forth. That's a seat that Democrats didn't have before. Now that they have, he also becomes only the fourth black person ever elected in the state of Alabama. Then you have the flip that happened with Brandon Williams' seat. He was a Republican incumbent, and now a Democrat represents that seat. Notably, that is who Johnson was standing with when Speaker Mike Johnson was standing with when he said he was going to get rid of the CHIPS Act. He was standing next to Brandon Williams, and the CHIPS Act is bringing a lot of jobs to New York State, 50,000 actually, so that didn't bode well for him. So that was a flip that they had. Pat Ryan held on to his seat. So there are some, the Democrats I've talked to, they say that there is still an opportunity where there will be a narrow Democratic majority in the House, but many of their holdouts are in Arizona, are in California. Then those are places where we're going to be waiting a while, folks.
You know, a word that I never used to hear on the campaign trail in the early days when I was a cub political reporter is gerrymandering. Now I hear it all the time, wherever I go. Yeah. And it's changed the face, right, of so many states. How much of what we're seeing is about Donald Trump and Trumpism? How much of it you think is just about the way districts are drawn or redrawn and redrawn? Especially North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, districts are just like gerrymandered beyond the wildest, imagination or the wildest dreams of previous generations of gerrymanderers, right? Because it's always been done. It's just done with a lot more precision now.
And with the blessing, are amazing things, what they can do.
And with the blessing of the courts, basically. Yeah. We're not going to jump in, so.
I'm sorry, we've gerrymandered ourselves. The country has gerrymandered itself. We all are self-sorting. And Donald Trump is going to win a bare majority in the country, and maybe the Republicans, maybe the Democrats will have a bare majority in the House. Gerrymandering's not the issue.
If the Democrats are able to maintain control of the House, is there an issue that they should try to compromise on and work with Republicans on? Is that a fair question to ask?
Is there one that the Democrats should work on?
Yeah, I mean, is there an issue that they can try to work together on?
Sure. I'm a little less optimistic than Simone that the Democrats are going to control.
It's tight.
I think the Democrats' main job will be oversight. I think they should, though, think about some things. Look, I looked at Jared Golden. You mentioned a couple of congressmen. Like Jared Golden won in Maine, in a rural Maine district that Donald Trump won by 12 points. He distanced himself from the party on a variety of things. And, I think that the Democrats would be wise to go to the members that are winning in the places where Donald Trump won and see what's working for them. And potentially maybe there are some issues there that they could lead the way on.
And NBC News has not made a call, we should point out, our decision desk in the Michigan Senate. But the Republican Mike Rogers, a former Congress member, has conceded to Alyssa Slotkin, which was, and as we know, yes, this just happened. So he has conceded. Alyssa Slotkin was, somewhat ahead, very tight race. Michigan Democrats were telling me they thought that she might pull this out, even though that
it would keep the Senate's margins a little bit lower and potentially make it a little harder for Donald Trump to get whoever he wants into a cabinet position.
She's former CIA.
Every single seat is not insignificant at this point.
Very strong street cred, and is a very strong member of Congress.
Yeah, moderate, very strong on national security. Good to have her in the Senate. But to Katie's point, Marco Rubio said earlier today that he thinks that they should confirm RFK for example, if Donald Trump wants to put him in the cabinet.
He said that he had a mandate.
He had a mandate.
Donald Trump had a mandate,
like the difference between 53 and 54 senators is huge, right?
Exactly.
You have Susan Collins.
Do you think Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski play spoiler for the Republican Party, Republican Party?
I think they would have played spoiler probably if it was 51 or 52 Senate seats. I think that, again, I think that's why these seats matter, right? Like every seat that the Republicans gain, it's like, why, if you're Susan Collins, like, why am I wasting political capital if it's not going to make a difference?
To your point about RFK Jr., he pushed the false autism theory, and so many of these childhood diseases where there is, required vaccination for kindergarten in public education. And the pain and suffering of so many families because of the misinformation about vaccination is just profound. So to see him confirmed at HHS or in some role like that is really daunting.
Chills just hearing about it.
I think we're staring down the barrel of that.
There's even been conversations about some sort of health czar that would actually oversee multiple health agencies in the government. So,
the question is, if they
without
who
confirmation,
do they put in charge of the FDA, and what does the FDA do with approvals for vaccines? The yearly flu vaccine, for instance, or what do they do with mifepristone? What do they do with Plan B? How do they start to regulate the drugs that are out there? And Donald Trump might not sign a national abortion ban.
I don't think he's ever going to sign a national abortion ban.
But they might make it so hard to get the access to the medicated abortions or access to the materials to perform an abortion.
The Trump Supreme Court may have the last word very soon on medication abortions.
Which is what I think has been the plan
pending this term.
the entire time. It was never going to be and I think the language, it's never going to be a national abortion ban.
And we've got to do a little bit of business here. So coming up next, what Donald Trump's win is going to mean for the war in the Middle East. We're live in Beirut next. Stay with us.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was among the first world leaders to congratulate Donald Trump, not surprising. An Israeli official tells NBC News Netanyahu may seek to end the war in Gaza early in Trump's term as a way of handing the new president-elect a quick diplomatic victory if the Biden administration's posture doesn't change in its final weeks. Joining us now in Beirut is NBC News international correspondent Danielle Hamamdjian. Danielle, what are you hearing out there?
Well, I'll tell you what I heard all day long from people we spoke to, and we spoke to people of different religions, different generations, and remember that Lebanon is a country divided along sectarian lines, so opinions do vary. We went to the American University of Beirut to hear from the younger people to see what they're thinking today, and many just shrugged their shoulders when we asked them what would a Trump presidency mean for Lebanon, what would it mean for the Middle East. And they said whether it's Trump, whether it's Harris, it boils down to the same thing, that the U.S. would never impose any conditions on Israel. That being said, that came with some acknowledgement from them and others that we spoke to for a few issues. One, they acknowledge and they mention often that Trump's son-in-law is Lebanese, Michael Boulos, who is married to his daughter Tiffany. And his father, Dr. Massad Boulos, has spent quite a bit of time on the campaign trail trying to get Arab-American voters to vote for Trump. And so they're banking on this Lebanese family connection to compel Trump to go the extra mile for Lebanon. In fact, Dr. Boulos said today to a Lebanese television network that he will undertake with the Lebanese side negotiations in order to reach an agreement, and Trump will appoint someone else on the Israeli side. There is another issue here, and it has nothing to do with the Palestinian cause, but it has all to do with the Iranian threat. And those people who would like to see Lebanon free of Hezbollah, something they will tell you in private. So they're quite happy that Trump has won. They like the fact that he's firm when it comes to Iran, and they hope that that stance would undermine Iranian influence in the region and ultimately undermine Iranian influence in Lebanon and potentially lead to the disarmament of the Hezbollah military wing. Again, whether you speak to Shia, Sunni Christians in this country, you will get various different opinions, Katie.
Danielle, thank you very much. And we're about to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris at Howard University. It will be the first time we hear from her since the presidency was called for Donald Trump. I want to bring in the host of MSNBC's Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton. Reverend Al, I wanted to talk to you about just the future of the Democratic Party and the future, most importantly, of the politics of inclusion for people of color, for women, for other minorities. Women are not a minority, but for other marginalized people after this election result.
I think that the future is going to be dependent on how determined we are to really coalesce and keep fighting and pushing in the areas that you're talking about in terms of race and in terms of gender or sexual orientation. I think what a lot of people forget is that we had to fight for this in the first place. My grandparents couldn't vote in the South. So for you to go from grandparents 2 generations ago that couldn't vote in Alabama and Florida, respectively, to me running for president in 2004 was based on our continuing to fight. Many of us have no longer support issues, no longer get involved politically, and the result are the fighting happened on the other side. What happened in 2020? Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump. His crowd never stopped fighting. They come back in 24 and he wins again. We cannot surrender. We must be as determined and persistent as they are, because we're talking about our very rights, women's rights over their own body, which they voted statewide last night all over this country. Voting rights for blacks, affirmative action. We've got to be at least as diligent in terms of continuing to fight as they did. If they had been given up, Trump would not be where he is. We cannot surrender today because some people, for various reasons, did not come out and support Vice President Harris,
as you point
a far
out,
superior candidate.
The centuries, but the decades in our time of setbacks for the civil rights movements in this country until Lyndon Johnson and the Civil Rights Act, and then the setbacks again with the Voting Rights Act. Tim, I mean, it just seems as though it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Maybe 3 steps back. You know, I think we'll have to wait and see about that. Look, this is a little dark, but this is just what I think. Like, there, particularly on the Democratic side, which I'm a convert to, I guess. You know, the word is progressive, right? Because there's this always thought that there's progress, progress, progress. That's why you get involved in politics, because of progress. I think that the job of progressives or of people in the pro-democracy coalition or whatever it is, really is protecting against things being fought back. Regression. Thank you. Regression. Like being a, sorry for the pun, but like being a bulwark against regression of rights and against regression of institutions that we've come to expect both here and abroad, because that's what they want to do. I mean, they want to unravel the administrative state. They want to unravel the way that our alliances work in the world. And I think protecting against that is really the obligation of Democrats going forward.
How much is what we see important? And I ask this in 2 ways, Simone. One is, we talked about the crowd there, but they are first-time voters who probably largely got involved and excited because it was Kamala Harris, and now they're going to see someone standing up there conceding. I also looked at probably half a dozen known people who wrote about what they think the possible cabinet would look like under Donald Trump. We don't know. They don't know. But they have some sourcing on it, right? It's largely men, and it's largely white men. So after an Obama administration, after a Biden administration, where people who maybe wanted to get into politics could look and see someone who looked like them, they have likely less opportunity. How much does what people see, whether it's who's running the country or for these young people who thought they had something to get excited about, how much does it matter?
I think it matters. I do. I think that who the president is matters. I think that if one of the things that comes out of this election is that there were a lot of organizers across the country in places like Florida and Georgia and whatnot who were of the belief that I'm telling people to focus on local because the presidency, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are much of the same. There were Democratic, well, they wouldn't call themselves Democrats, but there were organizers that said that. And I think one of the things that should come out of this, my friend DeRay McKesson said this today, is that who the president is does matter. You cannot local election your way to a representative democracy and think you're going to be okay. I would just say that for the young people out there that are looking at this saying, oh my goodness, politics does not work. The system only works if you work it. We do live in a participatory democracy and people must participate. There was record early vote turnout for black voters in Georgia, record early vote turnout for black voters in Philadelphia, and same thing for early vote in Detroit now. The same day lagged, and the question that people will have to answer is why? What happened in the collar counties? But I just think in general, your participation can change things. You don't always, sometimes you leave it all on the field and you are not successful. And that's a hard reality, but to Tim's point and the point of so many people I've talked to today, folks must continue to keep fighting, but make no mistake, it will be rough for a while. It may not it may not come as swiftly and as, just like, racism is still there, but, people just aren't walking around using the N-word. It looks different. So will this rough time. And we should be honest about that.
Rev, let me ask you about enthusiasm, which Simone just pointed to. Why do you think the turnout ultimately in this race will be lower than 2020? It looks like it's on that track right now.
I think that in many ways you have to give credit to the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president, in 107 days got up a campaign that most people take 2 to 3 years to do and did an excellent job. She was not as known as a person to a lot of the country. She did that, and she did it in a exemplary way. I think that's one of it. Second, I think that we have been inundated with misinformation, and you had to try to break through a lot of misinformation to get the truth to a lot of voters, which is why I think the later polls she started going up, but it was not enough time to break through. Had she been given more time, I think that it would have been clearly more to her advantage. But I don't think you could have had a better candidate. The other part is the unspoken thing for many people is you've got to deal with the continued gender bias and race bias in this country. Some people just were not going to vote for a woman of color in an interracial marriage and living in the White House and have a woman as president of any color. And we've got to deal with that and have those tough conversations if we're ever going to get by this.
Reverend Al Sharpton, always really great to have you. Simone Sanders, always great to have you as well, my friend. Eugene Robinson, Tim Miller, and my partners in crime, Chris Jansing, Andrea Mitchell. It's been a wild few days. I'll put it that way.
Actually, since last Friday, we've been together all these hours.
Yes, and I'm sure we'll be doing it again. That's going to do it for us today.
Woman power, right?
Deadline White House
here.
Begins after this quick break.
Hi there, everybody. How we doing? It's almost 4 o'clock in New York. We're moments away from Vice President Kamala Harris's concession speech at Howard University. We'll bring you her remarks live as soon as she takes the stage. It is, of course, not the history she had hoped to make, but it will be an important message to the country and to everyone who fought alongside Vice President Kamala Harris in this unique and unprecedented and deeply abridged contest for president. In a race whose contours are still being unearthed, the people of this country spoke clearly and across every part of our nation about their deep dissatisfaction with the status quo. At this hour, Donald Trump has won 291 electoral votes and at least 71 million votes. An historic realignment potentially underway, an unprecedented rejection of an urgent bipartisan plea for decency, democracy, and access to women's health care. But as in 2016, when in the ashes of Hillary Clinton's cracked glass ceiling speech, the winning Biden coalition began to assemble itself, listen closely today to the stirrings of a new coalition, willing to listen to what voters had to say last night and prepare to fight for our democracy anew. Unlike 8 years ago, the threat Donald Trump poses to our institutions is a feature of this third campaign for the president and something people in every corner of civil society must rumble with today. New York Times puts it like this today, quote, "America stands on the precipice of an authoritarian style of governance never seen in its 248-year history. After defeating Vice President Kamala Harris, who would have become the first female U.S. president, Trump will bring his own historic first into the White House. The only president convicted of dozens of crimes, accused of dozens more, and twice impeached. He will begin his second term bound by few political norms, after a campaign in which he seemed to defy everyone." That is where we start today with some of our most favorite experts and friends. Here with me at the table, Joy Reid, host of The Readout right here on MSNBC, my wing woman into the hours last night. My other wing woman, former U.S. Senator, host of MSNBC's How to Win 2024 podcast, Claire McCaskill. My dear friend, chief political columnist, host of the podcast In Politic for Puck, MSNBC national affairs analyst, John Heilman's here. I'm going to apologize in advance for any interruptions because as soon as the vice president takes the stage, we'll go right to her. But your thoughts today?
So, I think one of the things that is the least helpful and that I've sort of started to hear the stirrings of out there are the dissection of the Kamala Harris campaign. Because I think it's clear from the results that when you look at the states that she won, we just saw Washington State where she won handily in the places and the constituencies that she won. People who were more secular, black women overwhelmingly, all but 20% of black men. Black men ticked up 1% from the last time that the same percentage voted for Donald Trump. That's not a change. The places where she made inroads, slight inroads among college-educated white women who went a little bit more her way. It's clear that given the fact that he won the popular vote, which is something that hasn't happened since your former boss in 2004, there's nothing that Kamala Harris could have done. There's no other sort of tweaks to her investment strategy of her billion-dollar campaign that was picture perfect in almost every way, but for a few things you could quibble with. The not allowing the uncommitted folks to speak at the convention will be looked at as maybe that could have helped her in Michigan had she embraced, Palestinian rights supporters more. But there is no tweak that she could have done that would have stopped her from being a black woman. And we know that this country has had a history of not supporting the freedom and rights of women, and even some women not supporting the freedom and rights of women broadly at the national level. And we know that this country has a deep history of anti-blackness. And when you look at the two constituencies that went hardest, that swung hardest for Trump, it was white men who we knew that's how they were going to vote. It was white women who still voted despite the deep and open disrespect shown to them by Donald Trump and especially by J.D. Vance. And it was Latino men who swung hard toward Donald Trump. And so I think what we've seen is we had essentially an Argentina election where you also had an election that was a hardcore surge of men, of men who were disgruntled with the liberalizing of society, and men who want a more authoritarian form of government, more control, and less social liberalism. There's nothing she could have done to change the way those men think. Going on Joe Rogan wouldn't have helped. None of the things none of it would have changed because she is the thing that they don't want, a black woman seeking power.
I totally agree, having been on winning campaigns and losing campaigns, that when you sit there at the forums, I know maybe that's another norm that Trump has killed, but you used to go with both sides and sit there, and the campaign that won would get all the accolades, and the campaign that lost would have to sort of confess to all their sins. And the truth is usually somewhere in between, right? There's often something structural afoot. And it seems, and again, I'm in the early stages of trying to learn myself from what was told, but it seems that there may be some insurmountable perception and reality of economic rage that was beyond people's personal household strain and stress and agony of the price of things that cost their family more, but also deep despair about kids that couldn't find work, or kids that had moved back home, or neighbors that were, you know, I mean, it feels like it was widespread and potentially insurmountable.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump turned out that he knew our country better than we did. And I'm not sure I agree with a lot of what Joy said, but I think a lot of this is not the candidates, it's the country. And I think Donald Trump understood that what he could do, and I don't think his mistakes were mistakes. I think his mistakes were strategic and turned out to be right on the money, because I think our party, I grew up in a party where we were for the underdog. We were for the little guy. We are now the elite. We are no longer seen as the party for the little guy. He was seen as the party for the little guy. He was seen as the ultimate disruptor. And yes, the edges were very rough, but in everyone's own minds, they sanded them down to the point of acceptability. And as it turns out, there's a lot of craving in America for fear and anger. A lot of craving for fear and anger, driven by lies. But nonetheless, what this election result showed, especially if you look what's happened in the blue states, I mean, New Jersey turned out to be relatively close. New York, we lost huge ground. I mean, if this is not a gut check moment for the Democratic Party to realize that we need to get back to meat and potatoes and fighting like hell for the little guy. And by the way, he'll probably help us here, because I have a feeling he's going to burn the house down. I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't do real damage that we can't recover from. But, and you know, I got to tell you, Joy, those uncommitted folks, you know, the first call he had this morning with Bibi Netanyahu, they're going to level Gaza.
Absolutely. And the West Bank. And not only level Gaza,
and this
but
is
they're
what's
going to take over the West
so
Bank.
frustrating to me that people were seeing this as something that wasn't an existential moment in our country. Can the Democratic Party recover? Yes. Is this the end of the world? No. But if anybody thinks this is about her doing something different in her ads or not doing this, they're not paying attention. There is something fundamentally changing in America about how the Democratic Party is perceived.
Can I just say very, very quickly, though, the co-founder of Uncommitted went on our air with our friend and our dear friend Andrea Mitchell and supported her in the end. And people from the movement were absolutely supporting her. Wajahat Ali went way out on a limb. So Palestinian rights supporters in the end, the prominent ones, the woman who was in Georgia, the state representative who was not allowed to speak at the convention, voted for her and endorsed her. So it was not the Uncommitted movement writ large, but there was enough damage already done. And remember, you had Tiffany Trump's husband, who is Lebanese American, lobbying in Dearborn to try to pull Arab and Muslim American voters. But in the end, you definitely had a push toward her at the end. It just wasn't enough. So I wanted to throw that out.
Before we go to the event, John Hellman, and if I interrupt you again, I apologize. You've got an ear to the ground to the folks who study data for a living, and I feel like you were getting some of the most sort of on edge gut checks in the hours before the election, the conversation you and I had Monday afternoon. What are you hearing in terms of what is better understood today than 24 hours ago in terms of the electorate?
Well, I think, boy, there's so many things to say. One, just making our way through here. One, you know, the reality of our economy over the course of the last 30 years has been, you know, we know this story. The plutocracy has all the gains, and if you're in the middle of the middle in America, you are live in a place of constant anxiety, bordering on rage. Even in good economies, the gains have not been distributed to the middle class, the lower middle class, even the upper middle class. That vast lion's share of the gains in our economy now go to the super rich. So people are perpetually, they were like this in 2016 too.
Right.
You know, how did you explain 8 years of Barack Obama followed by a bunch of people who voted for Donald Trump and then voted for Joe Biden 4 years later? That's a swing set that voters out there, those people are basically like, nobody's fixing my problems. So they vote for change. They vote for Obama. He disappoints them. They vote for Trump. He disappoints them. They vote for Biden. He disappoints them. And now they're back to Trump because they didn't think that Kamala Harris represented change. But those people are all living in a stew of anxiety, and it's rooted in reality, like their actual standard of living and what they have to offer to their children, their grandchildren, is not the American dream that people once fantasized about and once was real in the post-World War II era. to Claire's point about what the Democratic Party is perceived as, the Democratic Party is now the party of the college-educated professional class. It's not just perceived that way, it is. It's a largely coastal elite party with a bunch of, some of them very well-meaning, some of them very progressive, but many of them very condescending, college-educated, toffee-nosed gits, as they would call them in Britain. And Donald Trump, the realignment that has happened to the parties now is that the Republican Party is comprised of the working class and the non-college, what we call the non-college voters, right? And there are, it's more non-college white than it is non-college black, certainly, but now it's apparently a lot of non-college Latinos. But that is the main dividing line. The sorting in our politics now is not primarily on the basis of race or income. It's on the basis of, and there is correlation between income and college education, but it's education is how our whole coalitions are now divided. That's a huge thing Democrats have to deal with because there's all this cultural baggage that there's a huge amount of cultural positivity attached to college and a huge amount of cultural negativity if you attach to college if you don't go to college. I think that the realities of the macro things, I said this yesterday on the air, that if he won all 7 states, there's one really easy answer to this, which is she was the sitting vice president. Even up to today, her boss is Joe Biden. And fairly or unfairly, he's sitting there with his 38 to 39% approval rating and an economy that people, again, fairly or unfairly, don't think they're not happy with. Right. And the wrong track is at 75. Those headwinds are huge for anybody. If she had come through a primary and had the chance to introduce herself to America and explain over the course of 2 years the way she differed from Biden, the way she would have a different kind of governing philosophy, those headwinds would still have been maybe enough for her to lose the race. But to put her in the position of getting the nomination in August and having her be a relatively unknown figure compared to Donald Trump, compared to Joe Biden, compared to Barack Obama at the end of a year and a half of campaigning in 50 states, or George W. Bush at the end of a year and a half of campaigning in 50 states. Man, the degree of difficulty, I said it yesterday, Donald Trump had one thing to do once she became the nominee, beat the hell out of her. She had 2 things to do, fight in the ring with him, and then also go around to America and introduce herself. That is an unfair fight. And I think I'm entirely with Joy. And anybody who's gonna, well, she had word salad in this town hall. Give me a break. You know, she was the vice president to an unpopular president. With a wrong track number and this incredible high degree of difficulty. She got her convention speech, she knocked it out of the park. She raised $1 billion. She crushed it in the debate, and she closed like a stud. You know, those are the big things, and she did all those things, and yet he still won the popular vote. And so it's about all of this stuff. It's about what's happened to the Democratic Party. It's about the really unfortunate position that she was put in, having to come in that late and take on this incredibly high burden. Imagine if there had been a Democratic primary, a normal Democratic primary, where she and Gretchen Whitmer and all the rest that people fantasize about had been able to fight it out for a normal primary process and had gotten to introduce themselves to the country and done 12 Democratic debates and get well known enough. I don't know anybody in professional politics who doesn't think, given Donald Trump's weaknesses, that nominee, whether it was her, whether it was Kamala Harris, or whether it was any of those other people, wouldn't have been the favorite and would have probably been the prohibitive favorite against the terminally unpopular Donald Trump, even with all the cultural stuff built in. But under the circumstances, man, it's a miracle she got this close. I mean, given when she had to take the job.
Yeah. I mean, Michelle Cinder joins us. She's at Howard University. And, you know, Michelle Norris, I think, kind of brought to life how meaningful last night was or could have been, right, if the vice president had delivered an acceptance speech last night. That is not the history that was made last night, but still today, an historic moment. She will deliver her concession speech at her alma mater. Take me inside the mood there.
That's right. Yesterday was really, I think, a tough day for the vice president, of course, and for so many of her supporters who had gathered at Howard University. At the beginning of it, it was really jubilant and people felt confident. But by around 10 o'clock, as it was clearer and clearer that former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, was making gains and overperforming in key areas and key battleground states, people really started to get sad. People really started to say this feels like a funeral. People started talking about 2016. And then Vice President Harris made the decision to send out a high-level aide in Cedric Richmond to tell everyone to go home, and she would come back and talk tomorrow. So today I've been talking to campaign officials, and they tell me that she's been working on her concession speech, but that she hadn't spent a lot of time on a concession speech because she was thinking that she was going to be delivering a speech about uncertainty and people waiting for the vote totals. So this is a speech that she really had to put together today, and there's just a lot of, I think, hand-wringing and a lot of questioning now in the Democratic Party about where they go from here. Nicole?
You know, I went back, Yamiche, and I watched Hillary Clinton's speech, and it's an iconic. It's not just an iconic Hillary Clinton speech. It's an iconic moment in American politics if you're a woman. It's an iconic moment in American politics if you were a prognosticator who got that one wrong, who thought that after you said Megyn Kelly was bleeding out of her eyes and her ears and you know where, that women wouldn't vote for Trump. It's a phenomenon that we're still living with, right? Actually, I think Megyn Kelly campaigned for Donald Trump this time around. But this opportunity she has today to lay the foundation for the next fire that will burn through the opposition to Donald Trump, who isn't just, as John Howman said, deeply unpopular, but running as an anti-democratic style figure. What opportunity does she see in her remarks today to inspire the next movement against autocracy?
Well, in talking to officials, the vice president feels a couple of different things, and her team feels a couple of different things, which is, one, they want the speech to really hammer home and underscore the idea that she believes in the peaceful transfer of power. Campaign officials have told us that when she had that conversation with President-elect Trump, conceding and congratulating him for his win, that she talked about the peaceful transfer of power. So she really does expect to continue to talk about that. But she also, of course, is going to say that this is now hard work for the Democrats. And she's been saying all along on the campaign trail that hard work is good work, and that a next generation of Americans, she wanted, of course, for her to be part of one of those leaders, but the next generation of Americans can move forward and move the Democratic Party forward. So she has now in this moment to tell people, your hearts are broken, it's very tough. I understand that you're feeling like we could have made history, and yet again, this glass ceiling remains unshattered. But it's now time to continue to think about your communities, to think about your loved ones, and to move forward. And I've been talking to a number of Democrats who tell me that even in the last few hours, that they pivoted already to thinking, okay, how do we put up a fight against Trump? How do we push back against mass deportations or more abortion restrictions or climate change issues or even taking away vaccinations? Some people are worried about what's going to happen now with the FDA and COVID vaccines. So there really is this sense in the Democratic Party, while of course there is the blame game going on, there is also this sense to say, okay, well, the work is to take care of their communities, and the vice president, I think, is going to be leaning into that.
Joy, we may only have a couple moments. Your final thoughts before she takes the stage?
You know, if you go through, as we're putting up the returns still on our screen, it struck me to just really quickly look at the states with the highest rates of college-educated voters, because there were 3 groups in our exit polls where Kamala Harris actually improved her numbers. High-income voters, she went up by 11, secular voters +7, and college-educated white women, which was the group of white women that she did the best with. This is a country where I think people presume that, you know, because America is this sort of land of opportunity, that most people go to college. There's only one place where 50% or more of Americans go to college, and that's Washington, D.C. The highest rated states are going to sound very familiar to you when you look at the places she won: Massachusetts, Colorado, Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, Virginia, New Hampshire, New York, Minnesota, Washington, Illinois, Rhode Island, California. I could go on. I think to a really great point that John Howman made, and that Yamiche and all of us are making, is that the Democratic Party really appeals to secular voters, to college-educated voters for whom student loan forgiveness is relevant, to voters who are more aspirational and sort of made the aspiration. And that's part of the reason black women are so connected, because black women are getting into higher rates of college achievement and college entrance, even though the Bill Ackmans of the world want us out the door. And that's one of the reasons, is that you've seen this striving among black voters that has been achieved, and the great achievements that we've had put us into the Democratic Party. And secular voters who don't want a theocracy were in the Democratic Party. And national security, people who care about things like nationals, it is a luxury to care about national security. If you just care about grocery bills, you don't care about that. And so, unfortunately, Kamala Harris came along at a time when the United States is still in its redemption era, post Barack Obama. And we've tried to do Reconstruction before, and it ended the same way, with great disappointment for those who want to see a more perfect union, and a lot of work to do to try to rebuild a multicultural democracy, because it's very hard to do. It's never been done, and we still haven't done it.
It's interesting that Joy mentions national security. I mean, one of the closing messages wasn't from either campaign. It was from the voice of a four-star general whose own son died on the battlefield in Afghanistan, General John Kelly, who described Donald Trump as meeting all the technical definitions of a fascist, but perhaps more importantly, affirmed and confirmed that he believes the men and women who die serving this country are losers and suckers. He becomes the nation's next commander-in-chief.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting to see how the military interacts with Donald Trump in his second time in the Oval Office. The leadership in America's military is very strong. I had a front row seat and came to really respect how you move up in the military and the skills that are honed as you rise in leadership in America's military. And the ethos that our military is run by a civilian and that it is divorced from politics is ingrained in all of those leaders. Now, there's some outliers, and some of them were campaigning for Donald Trump, some retired, high-ranking military folks. So that's going to be a rub that will be really interesting for us to watch and cover and talk about. How does he try to utilize the military, and how does that immunity decision play in, and how does the military react to orders that might come their way that America's military have never been asked to do before? It will be a little scary, frankly, but let's be clear about this. All of the people around Trump who rejected him, who knew him best, all of them, they were lumped in as the system. They were rationalized as, well, he didn't know when he got there the first time who were the good guys and the bad guys. He knows now who the good guys and bad guys are. And he got a lot of bad guys around him, and he fired them because they were incompetent, and they, because that's what he did on his reality TV show. He fired them. So all of that was seen as part of the system. This is such a middle finger to the system. It is such almost a cathartic, hey, we don't care. He wasn't prosecuted, he was persecuted. It wasn't about respecting the rule of law. It was about using the system against somebody who's out there trying to disrupt and change things better for us. That's what these voters think. They believe it in their gut, that he is their savior in terms of disrupting the system. And the sooner we realize that's why he got this big red wave, that's why my friends in the Senate are struggling to get it across the finish line today, and many of them have fallen. That's why we're going to have, I think, the biggest mandate certainly for the Republican Party in my lifetime, but maybe one of the biggest mandates for a change in government that we've seen in our lifetime.
Men have been the story. I'm turning to you not to defend that.
Yeah, good luck. We are really pissed off at you.
I have a son. I've married a couple of men. I like men. What did the Democratic Party miss about the alienation that men felt in this moment of wokeism and equality, and sort of why was it conveyed or maybe received among the kinds of men Trump targeted in his final 2 months of the campaign in what Sarah Longwell called the manosphere, sort of the Barron Trump recommended podcast? Why were they so ripe and available for Donald Trump? Why did they feel so alienated from the Democratic Party?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a little bit of, there's certainly a lot of oversimplification on this topic, given that, there are tons of particularly college-educated men who were standing side to side with their sisters, and there was a reason why Michelle Obama went on the campaign trail and gave some of the most powerful rhetoric I've seen in the entire cycle, directed at men. Knowing that they were ripe to be activated around the subject of reproductive rights and women's health, and I saw her in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It was one of her speech at the convention was incredible, and that speech was on the subject of women's health, as blunt and powerful as anything I saw all in the whole of this 4-year cycle, as I said. So there's a chunk of men who are it's not a one-size-fits-all strategy.
Correct.
There are definitely in the category, mostly of the men who Donald Trump has feasted off of here electorally, in the category of non-college men, particularly non-college white men, who feel, and this is not new, this notion that they feel there's an undercurrent of economic disadvantage in that. And that they feel as though they are constantly hectored and talked down to and condescended to, and they even though they might not always love Donald Trump, they're looking for a champion. And they find it in Joe Rogan, they find it in Elon Musk, they find it wherever they can find it.
That's right. Here is Vice President Kamala Harris at Howard University.
Good afternoon. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country, with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition. and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. HU. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris in her concession speech to Donald J. Trump, the president-elect, there saying to her supporters across the country and those gathered at Howard University, do not despair, roll up your sleeves, organize, mobilize, and stay engaged. Joy Reid.
I'm trying not to be too emotional because the reality is, you know, Miss Shyamala came to this country like my mama did. And it's one of the things that when I've interviewed Vice President Harris, we've talked about. Both our mothers came here in the 1960s as immigrants. And Miss Shyamala raised her an extraordinary daughter. This is an extraordinary woman. And I'm sad for the country that they missed out on the opportunity to see how far she could go. Because this is somebody who was given nothing at birth. She wasn't born with $400 million in the bank. She climbed her way to success, both to that prosecutor's office, to that attorney general's office, to that vice presidency after battling Joe Biden and like 8 other people in a primary, got to be vice president of the United States of America, this Black and Asian American woman. Shyamala raised a bad girl, man. And I'm proud of the race that she ran, which was almost picture perfect. She raised $1 billion. She did everything right. And the last thing I'll just throw in here is that she spoke specifically to young people. And she said, do not ever stop trying to make the world a better place. Don't let anyone tell you that something is impossible just because it has never been done before. She spoke to young people, and I will note, she said that because it was young people who supported her the most strongly. It was 18 to 29-year-olds who gave her 55 to 46 a victory. If it was just the young, if it was just the people who will inherit this country, she would have won. If it was just millennials, 51-46, the people who right now are struggling to, buy a home and afford their lives and really have the biggest economic struggles. Because let's be clear, it's not the people who deliver Trump, which is Generation X, my generation. They got a little coin in the bank. They just want a tax cut. They are not the people who are struggling. It is the people Claire described are those millennials who can't, like my kids. I have a Z and I have millennials. They can't afford their lives. We still have to help them. They're trying and they are striving. That's the people who are struggling. They took a chance on that lady. They had the faith in the future to say that this Black and Asian woman could lead this country. So that's where we need to bet on the young. My generation, Generation X, the people who grew up on WWE and Hulk Hogan and Donald Trump, did this. They did this. They are the ones who looked in the face of somebody who said, I want to be a dictator on day one. We did this. We did this to our kids. Our elders, our seniors, our 65 plus split 50-49 in her favor. So they washed either way. But our generation has to really take a really long, hard look, because we're not the people struggling that Claire described. It's the young people that we've now condemned to mass deportation, that we've now condemned to a fight for reproductive freedom and reproductive rights. It's not us. It's the people, it's the young people who were at Howard University, who believed in her. And I love the fact that she spoke right to them and said, despite all of this, keep fighting. And she's fighting from a good place. And we as a country will fight from a good place because these young people, they have it together.
Message received.
Message was received.
Yeah, since we've been on the air, NBC News is able to project that Vice President Kamala Harris has prevailed and carried the state of Maine. There it is, magic music. Kamala Harris projected the winner of Maine's 3 of 4 electoral votes. Yamiche Alcindor, this may not be a speech that she planned to deliver or that she spent much time writing, but she very clearly knew what she wanted to say. I wrote down some of the same lines as Joy did. The light will always burn bright as long as we never give up and keep fighting. I mentioned earlier I went back and watched Hillary Clinton's concession speech in 2016. I was a part of writing John McCain's concession speech in 2008. They're big markers. They set the tone for how the party that comes up short with the voters of this country regroups. And she seemed to do everything in her power to push the fight to the groups that Joy is talking about, who very much chose her and preferred her, and to make clear that she'll be in the fight with them.
That's right, Nicole. And what you might not see on screen when you're looking at the speech head on is that this was a crowd that was overwhelmingly young. This was a crowd that was overwhelmingly emotional. People were crying. At one point, people were shouting, "We love you." People were also wearing a lot of sunglasses. You could tell people had been up crying. And what the vice president was really trying to do was hammer home the idea that even though she's conceding this election, she's not conceding the fight, and that people need to understand that they still have power in this moment. That if you were someone who was backing her, someone who felt like Donald Trump was going to usher in a dark phase in American society, that you still have the power to find joy, but also to find purpose in the work ahead. And it was really interesting that she was really talking about the fact that she is not going to give up the fight for equality, for justice. And she was really, I think, trying to tell people, I hear your heartbreak. I'm there with you. I feel you. I understand you. And as someone who's covered her now for several years, I can tell you that that was a very sad Vice President Harris. She was being strong. She was delivering the speech that she came to deliver, but she was someone who you can also tell was very, very upset and really understanding the emotion of the moment. So this was really a speech that really did, I think, get at the tone of this crowd here. And I want to just point out, she says, sometimes the fight takes a while, and that doesn't mean that we don't win, that we don't give up, and trying to make the world a better place. So I think she was also trying to give a generational message, because she was pitching herself as part of this next generation of leaders. And she was now talking to the youngest among us, the 18-year-olds that are just starting their lives off, saying, you can still have power in your life. So I really think that she was trying to make sure that she was consoling people, but also giving them a mission and a purpose here, Nicole.
I mean, and that mission and that purpose, Claire McCaskill, will determine. You okay?
I think I'm okay.
Tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of her. I don't think people realize how hard it is to get to where she was. As a woman, getting elected DA, it's not easy, guys. People don't trust women to be in charge of making decisions about life and death and crime and being, frankly, a supervisor in some ways over police. Her fighting through the primary thicket of California politics to become Attorney General, really hard. I mean, this is really hard stuff. For her to be selected as vice president after what I think she would tell you was a very disappointing presidential race, where I think she kind of lost her footing and was listening too much to consultants, frankly, and it didn't really exude who she was. And then to be vice president and to step into the most difficult situation in the world, where she had to be completely loyal to Joe Biden and respectful of the fact that he had chosen her, but yet maneuver in a situation. I mean, such political skill. It is just inspiring. People who don't understand what she had to do to get to this moment. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just very proud of her.
Howard, I don't want to, I want to always be able to articulate the strength of Donald Trump's victory without ever sanitizing the crassness of his message. And so it is vital to share with our audience, whether they are ready to hear it or not, the sweeping victory that he had last night. We must never sanitize or leave out of that sentence that he ran on using the military against the enemies within. He is boasting about the handpicked justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. He said he would protect women whether they did or not. He called Nancy Pelosi the B word. His vice president called Vice President Kamala Harris trash the day before yesterday. What has prevailed is almost a perversion of our politics and of message sending and almost symbolic attachment to a movement that is, as Claire said, an FU or a middle finger to the establishment and the elite. But there are a whole lot of women in this country, I think, who feel like collateral damage, because the truth is ProPublica has just started its extraordinary body of reporting about the fatal aspect of being pregnant in America, in Donald Trump's post-Dobbs America. And those stories won't go away. They will only become more of a flashing red light. And the truth is, right now, the conversations women have in hallways and in colleges is about what they would do if they got pregnant and didn't have access to abortion health care, or if they were pregnant in their 30s or 40s and it was not viable. Where would they go? Who would take care of them? And that is a reality, and that is behind a lot of the emotion that a lot of women, I think, and fear that men feel too today.
Yeah. Another thing happened yesterday in the election, which was that, everywhere that abortion rights were on the ballot, we again learned that, to the extent that these have been, because of Roe v. Wade being taken away, unfortunately, the states are now in charge. And I think one of the most inspiring things in our democracy has been watching red states, starting with Kansas, where committed voters, activists, others have gone to those states and said, this is a pro-life state? Not now. We're going to go and we're going to fight this fight. And that was in Kansas. It was the first time. We was like, this is a pro-life state. There's a lot of polling and a lot of things to suggest that was like and then they rigged the election and set it up in the summer and did everything they could to make it hard for that for the pro-life position, for the pro-choice position to prevail. And yet it did not only prevailed, it prevailed easily, right? And you looked at that and said, okay, so a bunch of people who get to work and go out and fight the fights that need to be fought, they can win them. And that's been true in in basically every state where this has come up. That's not to say that it should be like that. It's not to excuse the repeal of Roe v. Wade, not at all. but we are where we are. And what has been inspiring is watching not just women, but women and men and everybody who believes in reproductive freedom to going out and fighting these battles one by one, and they keep winning them. And I think that is those battles lie ahead, but the track record suggests that they can be won. And so people
even in Florida,
didn't meet
the 60%
didn't meet the threshold.
57%. Yeah.
So these are turning out to be encouragingly winnable fights, and the reason I think that's so relevant is that that's what we're in for now, is a bunch of fights. And I will say that, and people, I want to say this carefully. I sort of was always, I hate the fact that you can become president of the United States and not win the most votes. I think it's a dumbass way to elect people. I think you should have a democracy where if you get the most votes, you get to be president. And the idea that we have an electoral college that allows people who don't win the majority of votes to still get to be president, whether it benefits a Democrat or a Republican or anybody else, I think it's BS. We should fix it. So I think one of the problems with it, so I never, the thing that let a lot of liberals off the hook was that, Trump, in the argument, was that Trump wins in 2016 through the Electoral College loophole. And so a lot of people could say, hey, he's not my president. He's not legitimate. He didn't win the most votes. Hillary Clinton won the most votes. And so I'm not going to really respect this presidency. And I don't, the respect is the wrong word, but there is something that is good for us in the clarity of him winning the majority, of winning the popular vote, because people will now have to say, this is what the majority of voting age people who participate in the election, this is what they wanted. And it tells you the scale of the work that needs to get done. America is always changing. It's malleable. These arguments change. Next time around, there'll be another election, and you can win that election. But it's nice to not be able to, because previously you could kind of say, well, he never won them. He never won more than 47%. He now is able to say
examination of
who we are, what we are, and what the fight should be, and the minds that need to get changed if you want to make a better country.
And there's a reality we have to recognize in saying all this. There is an unhooking of Roe v. Wade and what Donald Trump did from this issue. In Montana, he won by 20 points. In the same election, they codified abortion rights. In my state, he won by, I think, 17 points yesterday. And Missourians voted. The very first overturning of a complete abortion ban occurred in Missouri. So there are thousands of people across America that go at the top of the ticket and go, Donald Trump's just fine, but by the way, he was wrong on reproductive rights, and we're going to fix it in this state. We think they're all hooked together, Nicole, and clearly they're not. And that is one thing we've got to figure out, because the only reason we're having to do this is because of him.
Yeah, and there's one other thing I think we should reckon with as well, is the withdrawal of interest in democracy sort of writ large. Because in our exit poll, the #1 issue was democracy. Yeah. But Donald Trump got 3 million fewer votes than he got in 2020, and Kamala Harris got 15 million fewer votes than Joe Biden. So what we're talking about is smaller and smaller numbers of people making the decision for everybody else. And on the issue of reproductive rights, to your point, in the states, you're having those decisions being made to protect abortion rights. But again, overall, if Donald Trump decides to enforce the Comstock Act, those things won't matter. Right? Those things will be overridden. So the Comstock Act being this 19th century law that was supposed to be an anti-obscenity law that says you cannot send abortifacients through the mail and pornography. And if you were to enforce it, you couldn't send a Playboy magazine through the mail, and you also couldn't send mifepristone, which would essentially illegalize abortion, because medication abortion would essentially be illegal because you couldn't send it through the federal mail. So if he was he doesn't have to pass a national abortion ban through the Congress. They don't want to lose their midterm races by doing it. He could just do it by having Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Enforce it. And that again would be people our age, my age, enforcing that against the people who said no. It's those women 45 and under who would be the victims of the decisions they didn't make. And young people are such a small percentage of those who turn out. So to me, part of the work of our democracy is getting those people 44 years old and under to understand why they have to vote. Because they could have had their way if there were more of them.
Right.
And there were so many more of them available. They've got to outvote their parents. Because their parents
It's a
are
good
not
motivator,
necessarily
right?
protecting them,
Exactly.
unfortunately.
I want to bring into our conversation someone who's become a familiar face and friend, Victor Martinez, radio host and owner of the Spanish language radio station La Mega. You were so important to our understanding of this sort of 11th hour gaffe at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, where a comedian described Puerto Rico as trash in the middle of the ocean. And I know you heard a lot of feedback, but I wonder where you place sort of the timing of that and the impact in the final tally in Pennsylvania and across the country.
Well, I can tell you that, for example, right where I'm at in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where the majority of the Puerto Rican community lived, it had an impact. I mean, Allentown voted for, or the Puerto Ricans in Allentown voted for Kamala Harris. And so in that sense, I could say that it had an impact. And in the state as a whole, with the Puerto Rican community, unfortunately, that wasn't enough. As far as the Latino vote in general, it was the Latino man. It was a Latino man who decided that they were going to vote for Donald Trump. And I will dare to say that it's the Latino man who wouldn't want a woman president. I mean, you and I had this discussion before, and I have audios from Latino men who were calling my show telling me that they wouldn't vote for her just because she was a woman. And that is unfortunately, but that's part of the Latino culture, right? Where the Latino, the man is the one, the provider, and we're the boss. And we still, unfortunately, have a lot of Latinos with that mentality where the woman belongs in the kitchen. That is a reality of the Latino male chauvinist culture. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Victor, how do you get them back if you're part of the Democratic Pro-Democracy Coalition?
I mean, again, they were willing to vote for Joe Biden. They were just not willing to vote for Kamala Harris. So I will say, listen, the Democratic Party needs to make sure that they regroup, that they look for somebody young, vibrant, that can make the case just like Joe Biden did. But unfortunately, as far as this Latino man, I don't think at any time in the future they will vote for a female president. That's sad to say. I'm a Latino man. I supported Kamala Harris, but I can tell you, I heard it. I brought that to your attention. I brought you audios of men calling my show and telling me, oh, no, she won't be respected. Oh, no, there's no way she can handle the job. And I will argue with them on the air, and I will bring examples of other female powerful leaders in the world, and they seem not to want to hear it.
You are a gift in helping us understand. I am grateful to you. And you have to stay. You're stuck with us now. What is Hotel California? You can check out. You can never leave. Part of the family.
I'm here. I'm here
my
anytime.
Thanks to you, Victor, to you, Yamiche, to my dear friends at the table, Joy Reid, Claire McCaskill, and John Heilman. Still to come for us, much more on all of this, including Trump's return to the world stage. We'll look at how our allies plan to work with him, around him, this go around, all those stories and more when Donald Trump, when the White House continues. After a quick break, don't go anywhere.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up.
Hi again, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. Vice President Kamala Harris delivering her concession speech just in the last hour. Powerful messages for her supporters. Do not give up. The fight is not over.
To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
The new reality of a Donald Trump presidency 2.0 is not just something for all of us here in the United States to contend with, to adjust to. The entire world is preparing for Donald Trump's second presidency as well. What global leaders will soon have to face is America's leader, a man who has made very clear his affection, his affinity, his agreement on policy and style and tone and tenor and tactic with the world's autocrats. He has displayed publicly that he can be easily and completely swayed by their flattery. He has dug deeper into his isolationist policies, and he has signaled he may not honor America's alliances, and he's done it all out in the open. Let's not forget the warnings from those who already served with him. Here's Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, talking about Trump's view of NATO.
He doesn't understand the alliance. He sees it in terms of America providing defense contracting services to a bunch of ungrateful Europeans who don't pay for it. And if he had his druthers, I do think he would withdraw from the alliance. I think it's a very serious risk.
And it's not just NATO that is at risk today. The future of an entire nation, one of our closest democratic allies, Ukraine, now depends on a man who has criticized Ukraine, has attacked the support we have given Ukraine, and has said that he would, quote, end its war with Russia in 24 hours. Of course, there are no details as to how he would do such a thing. Among our allies across the globe, especially in Europe, an unease, deep unease and anxiety about the future of America's commitment to democracy. New York Times reports this, quote, in nations that leaned on the U.S. to defeat fascism during World War II, there is still a sense of shock that American voters have elected a felon who has promoted threats of violence against journalists and said he would use the courts and the military against domestic enemies. Quote, I don't see a great future for European democracies if there is not a strong democratic America as a rock to lean on. That was Nicole Baccarin, a political scientist in Paris. More from that Times reporting, quote, but now, after witnessing his first term, the world already knows that the only certainty with Mr. Trump is uncertainty. He has often said that keeping the world guessing is his ideal foreign policy. That's where we start the hour. Some of our favorite experts and friends. Former Prime Minister of Australia, Malcolm Turnbull, is back with me at the table. Ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Jim Himes, is back. Malcolm, I start with you. Your reaction.
Well, look, Donald Trump is very different. You know, he's different to any other U.S. president we've had to deal with. And his disruption and uncertainty and his erratic approach is all part of his modus operandi. It's a feature, not a bug, of Donald Trump's approach to international affairs. So, yes, we are going to have to live through 4 years of greater uncertainty. And look, I suppose I'm trying to, be as balanced as I can here. not everything Trump says, just because Trump says something doesn't mean it's wrong. And, you know, he has been right to say that allies should lift their game and invest more in their defence. But on the other hand, if he creates the impression that America cannot be relied on or can't be counted on, all that does is encourage and empower our adversaries like Vladimir Putin, like Xi Jinping. And it also, if America is seen as being uncertain or unreliable, it will also encourage countries that are in the middle, if you like, that are not totally rusted on allies like the UK or Australia or most of the NATO members. It'll encourage other countries to hedge and perhaps move closer to our adversaries. So, you know, there's no question from the international community's point of view, stability, certainty, predictability is a plus, but that is not part of Donald Trump's brand or his MO.
Mr. Prime Minister, do you believe Donald Trump views Vladimir Putin as an adversary?
Well, he's certainly fascinated by Putin. There's no, I mean, everyone, I've observed that, everybody has observed that, so many people have commented on it. I don't think he views Putin as adversary in the same way that most of the intelligence community and defence security establishment in the United States does, to be honest. But he has a fascination with Putin. He has a fascination with other strongmen. I mean, the New York Times is right in their headline when they said America has chosen a strongman. And so Trump relates to, admires in many respects, is attracted to Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin above all, even Kim Jong-un, for heaven's sake. You know, what an unlikely pen pal that Trump would talk about exchanging love letters with this guy. So he's very different. That's what I'm saying. He's a very different president, and we've got other leaders have got to be prepared to stand their ground. I mean, look, my point in essence, my advice to other leaders, I'm a former leader, obviously, is that the best service they can give America as a friend of America is their candor and courage and conviction in dealing with Trump. If all you do is tell Trump what he wants to hear and suck up to him, which is what a lot of people are inclined to do, you're not going to be doing your own country a service, let alone the United States, because Trump will be surrounded by yes men and sycophants inevitably. I mean, that's always a risk for any president, but especially so with Trump, and especially, I think, in his second coming.
Mr. Prime Minister, we previously spoke about intelligence sharing and the extraordinary sort of sum of the total of Five Eyes intelligence that benefits all of its participants, but America sees the best intelligence gathered by our closest allies. Do you believe, you said you're a former, would you advise the current leaders of your country to share intelligence with Donald Trump, particularly as it pertains to Russia and the war in Ukraine?
Look, we don't share intelligence. Well, for a start, Australia doesn't, that's not an area where we would have a great deal of activity. You can imagine we're more focused on our part of the world. But as a general rule, the sharing between the Five Eyes intelligence agencies, particularly in signals intelligence, is about as intimate as it can be. And I don't think that will change unless circumstances give people cause to change. So, there have been times when famously in the Cold War, when the Americans were very concerned about Russian penetration in the British intelligence agencies, and there was a reluctance to continue sharing there for a period. But I think as long as you're confident the other agencies are going secure, that sharing will continue. And you've got to remember, the United States is the biggest gatherer of intelligence. So while the US benefits, say, from our intelligence, and Britain's and Canada's and even New Zealand's, the net balance of benefit is much greater for us because the US is so much bigger.
Congressman Himes, you sit on the House committee. You're the ranking member. Well, I guess we don't know who will control. A little uncertain who will control, which party will control the committee. Historically, it wasn't a particularly political body of work. In the time of Trump, it became extremely political. Devin Nunes was racing over to the White House. There was unmasking. I mean, it became a hotbed of extremely partisan activity. What are your concerns as Trump is reelected?
Well, I mean, I have multiple concerns. I did live through that Devin Nunes era where he became, as chairman or ranking member and chair, sort of a tool of the Trump administration. I have a lot more confidence, I will tell you this, in Mike Turner. He's no Devin Nunes, but Mike Turner is also subject to pressure. And what we saw yesterday was that Donald Trump owns the Republican Party, lock, stock, and barrel. This is not, no incumbent is going to pull a Kinzinger again, right? You know, you step out of line, boom, you're gone. This is why, by the way, I have concerns about the filibuster in the Senate, because I think when Donald Trump decides he doesn't want the filibuster, it's gone. But with respect to intelligence, look, I think, you know, Mike Turner and I have worked very hard together. I think he's going to be under an immense amount of pressure because at his heart, you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump. At his heart, he does not want to hear what is inconvenient or unpleasant to him. And that is precisely the intelligence community's job, to speak truth to power. So, again, we don't know which one of us will be chairman or ranking member, but that's going to be a very difficult moment if Mike continues in the chairmanship.
I mean, and just to deal with the elephant in the room, Donald Trump is currently today charged with the mishandling of national defense information and becomes the country's commander-in-chief. What are your broader concerns about the nation's most prized secrets?
Well, it's a subset of a lot of concerns that I have, right? I mean, it's not just storing boxes of documents, of classified documents in Mar-a-Lago, and we had this long conversation about how precisely bad a crime that was. It's a bad idea to have classified documents in someone's garage, whether you're Donald Trump or Joe Biden. But by the way, he also famously tweeted classified information. So I'm not quite as sanguine as the prime minister is. You know, the UK, Australia, allies that aren't in the Five Eyes that share information, Israel, they're going to think twice, I think, about sharing information if they fear it may be exposed by an erratic president. But compared to my worries about Ukraine or other trouble spots in the world, you know, again, that's a
well, let's talk about Ukraine. I heard from Igor Novikov, who's a regular on my program, who I think it's become sort of known about the Ukrainian spirit, called to check on us here in America, as he's literally on the battlefield or in and out of the front line there. Tell me your thoughts about what the Ukrainians are girding for.
Well, and let me start by saying that I have always felt that the current administration could have done more with respect to the granting of authorities to use our weapons. The Republican Congress held up the $60 billion for Ukraine for a long time. So there's a whole bunch of blame to go around here. But we don't know everything about Donald Trump. We know that he has a deep, deep antipathy for Ukraine. It was the subject of his first impeachment. We know that, as the prime minister said, he has a bizarre love for Vladimir Putin, so much so that he stood in Scandinavia, you remember this, and said, I trust Vladimir Putin on messing with our elections more than I trust our own intelligence community. So, you know, the good news is NATO is in a very different place. Europe is in a very different place. So they're going to be prepared, not entirely, but to some extent, to step in for what is inevitably going to be a decrease in the administration's support for Ukraine.
We had a lot of very frank conversations after January 6th, and I think it was an open question whether that would be a break glass moment for the Republicans. One by one, with the exceptions of Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, they fell back in line. What were your feelings as you watched this resounding victory for Donald Trump last night?
Yeah, you know, I understand my Republican colleagues better. There's 1,000 rationalizations you can use to make yourself feel better about supporting an obviously broken person. You know, oh, the Democrats are just as bad, which of course is whataboutism, insane. I'll be very candid with you and say what's hardest about this, and we took a shellacking across the board. We did just fine in Connecticut. We did a lot less well than we did in 2020. We took a shellacking across the board. What's hard for me, I used to believe...
Why do you think that is?
Well, look at the charts. There's not a state in the union where there wasn't a right shift. And, you know, I'm not a political pundit, but inflation is very hard. I think that in 2020, people were looking at what Donald Trump said and did around COVID, which was killing lots of Americans. That went away. People don't remember COVID all that well, but they do remember that chicken costs a lot more than it did 4 years ago. So anyway, this will be unpacked for weeks and months. But it is, for me, I'm sort of a West Wing Democrat. That's kind of how I grew up in politics. And I just, to my core, believed that there's no way that tens of millions of Americans are going to sign up and say, yes, let me have a guy who lies 50 times a day, who, whether, he should have been tried in New York or convicted here or indicted there, is constantly in trouble with the law, who cheats and lies. The idea that the American public, a significant chunk of the American public says, yeah, that's my guy, it fundamentally alters, at least for me, this, optimism and sense of the American public is fundamentally decent. That's for me to work out because, of course, we took the shellacking and now we need to go to work to make sure that we're doing exactly what the Constitution demands that we do, which is to be a loyal and aggressive opposition.
Mr. Prime Minister, how does the result sort of ring around the world? What does it make people think, or does it make them think differently about us here as Americans?
Well, look, was it someone said there's a lot of ruin in a nation? I mean, I think a lot of people in America are saying this is a calamity. How can this guy who has been done so many extraordinary things and, sought to subvert or overthrow the peaceful transfer of power in 2021 and said so many extraordinary things. I mean, said things that I think all of us would agree, if any other politician said them, would be absolutely terminal events. So he's an extraordinary character. But what is the message it sends to the world? It sends a message that America is less reliable, that is less dependable because it's less certain. Now, some people would say that's unfair, and they might even say it's wrong. But that's what Trump wants to create. This is my point. This is a feature, not a bug. So he seeks to promote uncertainty. He rattles the cage of his allies and close partners. He huddles up to dictators and adversaries. All of this is incredibly unsettling. And, you can't expect this not to have consequences. I mean, consistency, reliability are very important. Yeah.
To be continued. We appreciate your insight so much. You were the first person we wanted to talk to today. Thank you for making time for us. Former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull and Congressman Jim Himes, we're so grateful to you for being here. To be continued. I think we all have to wrestle with those questions. We can do it together here, some of it. When we come back, why the pro-democracy argument didn't prevail with the voters of this country and what Donald Trump could be planning to do to those he perceives and has said out loud are his, quote, enemies. We'll get to that next, and later we'll try to make sense of another election paradox, why voters continue to vote to protect reproductive freedoms even as they vote at the top of the ticket for the man who took them away. Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. It's the question of the hour, one that will surely endure beyond these next few weeks, months, maybe years. That is, with so much time and energy spent trying to explain and connect with voters and help them to understand the damage Donald Trump is saying out loud he plans to do to America's democracy. Why didn't those urgent bipartisan appeals break through? President Barack Obama released a statement a few minutes ago that reads in part, quote, "This is obviously not the outcome we had hoped for, given our profound disagreements with the Republican ticket on a whole host of issues. But living in a democracy is about recognizing that our point of view won't always win out and being willing to accept the peaceful transfer of power." And Liz Cheney, who, among others, elevated this conversation about our very democracy during the campaign, said this, quote, "Our nation's democratic system functioned last night, and we have a new president-elect. All Americans are bound, whether we like the outcome or not, to accept the results of our election. We now have a special responsibility as citizens of the greatest nation on earth to do everything we can to support and defend our Constitution, to preserve the rule of law, and ensure that our institutions hold over these coming 4 years. Citizens across this country, our courts, members of the press, and those serving in our federal, state, and local governments must now be the guardrails of democracy." Joining our conversation, co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Basson's here, plus president of Media Matters for America, Angelo Carasone is here. With me at the table, former RNC spokesman, host of the Bulwark podcast, MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller's here. Tim, I know you've been other places. I've sort of been tracking your appearances, but I need to hear it here. Your gut check on the gut check we got last night.
I mean, my gut is terrible because I think that I don't know that the folks that voted for Donald Trump, that all of them at least realized what they've signed us up for. I was listening to, I thought Chris Hayes last night with you guys, one thing he said that I thought was very insightful is that I think the aperture is very wide on the potential outcomes, and God willing, we fall in on the kind of manageably bad side of the outcomes. But I think that there's a very wide potential for quite disastrous outcomes. I don't know that a lot of folks signed up for that.
Well, say what that is, because I think part of it is that Trump became so crude, and I think it all goes back to grab women in the P word. I think because it's such an awful, vulgar word, no one heard it after the first time it was said. And so the crassness and the vulgarity of Trumpism was, for purposes of being able to communicate on a newscast like this, always hemmed in, always reined in. But when you say the aperture, so what does that mean? What is possible?
Well, look, here's Donald Trump's stated campaign agenda, like not hysterics, not hyperbole. Like, this is what he says. He is on the campaign trail. 1,000, 2,000% tariffs, mass deportations, drilling. So that one's, we can check that box. That's a normal Republican box. Essentially,
which they never actually pull off.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't ever actually get to Infrastructure Week, but keep going.
Ending the war in Ukraine by essentially conceding to Putin, and using the Justice Department to go after his foes. Like, that's it. Like, that's the agenda.
Tribunal for Liz Cheney.
Yeah, sure. He would also say
right.
some of that stuff, and then he'd also say he'd say no tax on tips. Like, but every speech, when he was on that Hannity interview, he's like, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. Like, what did he say? What am I going to do on day one? It was mass deportations, tariffs, grilling, Ukraine. Right? Like, that's the agenda. That all can just the stated part of the agenda could have very serious consequences, economic, on the tariffs, the disruption from mass deportations, obviously horrific consequences for our Democratic ally in Kyiv. So that's just the baseline. Maybe you won't even do the baseline, right? I mean, who the hell knows with Donald Trump, right? Like, so that's what I mean when I say it's a wide aperture. Maybe you won't even do the baseline. But he's going to have a lot of people around him that want to execute on that, including, we saw Marco Rubio earlier today saying that the Senate is going to defer to him on confirmations for people like RFK Jr., et cetera. So I think it will be a more radical cabinet as well. So, I mean, that's like, my gut is just concerns about what is foreseeable, also concerns about what is unforeseeable, and I think my gut concern for the Democrats is, as we move to this conversation about people about democracy, is I hope that there's a wake-up call that it was just that at a broad level, there was one group of people that was really passionate about this, like college-educated, engaged voters, and we appreciate them, right, in the suburbs and the cities. And there was an engaged group of center-left to center-right even voters who really cared about that, but nobody else did, And I think that the Democrats a lot of times were using a language that didn't appeal to everybody else, and that felt hollow to a lot of working people, a lot of people in basically every other every other demographic group.
Ian, you wrote something today. It might take me a second to find. Here it is. Your counsel today, which I looked for, quote, lean into agency, community, and love as much as you can. Go there. Talk about this moment for our country in choosing this in such clear and decisive ways in terms of a candidate who ran on all the things that Tim just outlined.
I mean, look, the history of democracy and freedom and these high-minded words that, Tim is right, we're going to have to interrogate how we talk about as a people who do fundamentally believe in these things, what I think we do as Americans at our core, is one of generational ups and downs. And I think we had hoped and wanted there to be a real turn in direction where democracy and freedom and sort of the best vision and version of America came into being sooner rather than later, perhaps as soon as next January. But this is going to be a generational struggle. And now that turnabout is going to take longer. But we have always known that we're in a generational struggle for democracy. And I think what is important for people right now who are grieving over what I think is a devastating blow to a lot of core American ideals is that authoritarianism thrives on grinding people into a sense of hopelessness and loneliness and despair. It counts on people retreating into isolation. And the antidote to that is not allowing that to happen. It is stepping outside. It is unifying with neighbors. It is being willing to speak, as Representative Cheney said, for the values that we still hold dear. Here's the important thing for us to understand. Agency that we don't use is agency that we lose. That's how authoritarian systems work. And so as we can find the strength to do it, and we're all trying to find it today and in the days ahead, it is really important to lean into those values publicly and in community with one another. That's the way we make sure that the worst things that a Trump presidency could bode for us are kept somewhat in check.
I need you to, we're going to do this like Democracy for Dummies for my benefit. I need you to say more about this. I just wrote this down again. I have a drawer full of Ian Bassin quotes that I pull out when we get these ready. Agency we don't use is agency we lose. That feels like it has an echo in Tim Snyder's first page of on tyranny about
That's right. Don't obey in advance.
Exactly. Say more.
Well, the way that these authoritarian systems work around the world is they chill people, they intimidate people into withdrawing from the public space through, as Tim alluded to, both Tim Snyder and Tim Miller. What Trump said was he was going to engage in sort of a campaign of revenge and retribution against his perceived opponents. And if he does that, and people see him going after some of these, very public figures that he sees as his opponents, and they say, you know what, I better just sort of slink off into the shadows. I better hide. That's how authoritarians seize more power than systems rightly should give them. And we can't relinquish that power voluntarily. We, as citizens in America, are ultimately the sovereigns. And what our system does is it grants representatives temporary power to exercise governing on our behalf on the theory that when their term is over, they give it back because power ultimately rests with us. And I think one of the fears we have about Donald Trump is while he won a democratic election yesterday, the question is, will he allow for that democracy to hold a referendum on him 4 years from now? And will he accept the results of that in a way that he didn't 4 years ago? And I think it is up to us to make sure that at the end of the day, the people hold the reserve of power in this country. And that's what it means to use your agency so that you don't lose it to someone who wants to take it away from you.
I want to bring Angelo in on what was thought at some point to be a real X factor, people starting to really understand the content of Project 2025. That happened. Donald Trump won anyway. We'll have that conversation on the other side of a very short break. No one's going anywhere. Please stay with us. We're back with Ian, Angelo, and Tim. I don't want to embarrass you, but we have been talking a little bit about how crippling it is to contemplate, Angelo, that the substance of Project 2025. I feel like one of the great accomplishments of the summer was that because of your work and some great work in the New York Times and other places, and Taraji P. Henson, Project 2025 was front and center before the country. And I'm sure no one read all 900 pages but you, but I read a couple hundred. And it's scary, SHIT, and people voted for Trump knowing about Project 2025. Tell me where your thoughts are today about that.
I think one of the tie-ins with the earlier discussion about democracy, too, is that many of people voting for Trump also thought they were voting for democracy in a way. Because in this time, and part of one of the signature cruxes of Project 2025 is this idea that we're going to go in, execute Schedule F, which is the ability to fire tens of thousands of federal employees. And obviously that for Project 2025, that's about giving the effort control, right? It's sort of removing all the potential obstacles as they see it, and you can then put in your people and move forward, move fast. But for one of the audience, for the larger right-wing audience and national audience, we have a country that is pickled in right-wing misinformation and rage. And one of the stories that they've heard, not for 1 year, but for 8 years, is that there is a deep state, a universe of people in government that are out there that have the real power. They're the ones with the real power. They're taking power away from you, the individual. And the only person that can give you back that power is Donald Trump. He's going to, and that's why they hate him so much, because he's going to come in and he's going to get rid of them once and for all. He's not going to be duped again like last time, and he's going to give you back your power. And so, yeah, there's a lot of policies to it, and it's all scary. We can get into it. But at its core, this is a discussion about democracy. I'm not so blinded to think that they all are deeply pro-democracy. Many of them don't believe in democracy as a principle, and they want something more autocratic and authoritarian. But there's another part, a much larger part, that actually believe that a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for democracy because they have validated and internalized the idea that there's an anti-democratic secret cabal that is actually preventing their desires and exercise of democratic power from being implemented and put in place, and that only Trump can restore their power. And that's the part that's so frightening about this, is that it not just means that Project 2025 becomes more of a reality, and that a lot of the things we see of it, going after opponents and everything else, in their minds, in many people's minds, that will be acceptable because though they have it coming to them. And the through line, the foundation upon where all of this is a large right-wing misinformation engine that has created an environment where, and a lens through which people see the world that is not the way that it is. And so that's how you get so many people going out there and saying, oh, well, he does it because he has to, or he's not going to really do those things, or he's going to do them, but they have it coming to him, because they are also in belief that they're being democratic and defending the system.
What is the role of the fear that a document like Project 2025 creates, just to sort of come back to the beginning of obeying in advance? I mean, friends in same-sex marriages are frightened that their families will be destroyed. Friends who have worked in DOJ in places that maybe weren't in the crosshairs last time, had nothing to do with Russia, are afraid they'll be dismissed as people like Jeffrey Clark take over. People who serve in the military around the world are frightened that they'll be given illegal orders and are too far down the food chain to know how to deal with them. I mean, what happens now, Angelo?
Yeah. I mean, when Ian was talking before, that's all my brain could go to was exactly the question that you just asked, which is, one of the things that Project 2025 talks about early on, aside from getting rid of all this personnel and replacing them, is that you have to immediately weaponize the DOJ in order to shock and awe people. That you take a bunch of grand, swift actions, mass arrests, mass prosecutions, harassments, and the goal isn't to get all those people ultimately in prison or something. It's to show a force very early on that we mean business, in hopes that most people do the natural thing, the thing that comes instinctually, which is to duck and cover. There's a reason why, that's so concerning about anticipatory obedience, because it does speed up the process of giving authoritarians more power. And they're very open about it in Project 2025. That's the tactic. It's not just about revenge, although that's a part of it. It's also about sending a message that this is the new order and everybody else best get in line. And that is an intention of that very first few months, is to execute that shock and awe thing. It was one of the first things Steve Bannon said last night, that they're coming for you, FBI. They're coming for you, deep state. He listed the places they're going to go after, and it's to show that nobody's safe, to get in line. So teachers, librarians, educators, they will all be systematically targeted and identified. It won't just be government bureaucrats who do very good work. It'll also be anyone that they've identified as sort of a vanguard of this culture war that they've oriented around. And it's really, is to your point, is to get everybody else to have to press the question, is this worth it, or is it better for me to just, go along to get along? And that's what they want to instill right away, because you get rid of the personnel, you change that norms, and then you drive forward with a larger anti-democratic agenda. And that's the reality that we are heading into. It doesn't have to be. We're going to have to fight. We have to stiffen our spines and put some bulwarks in. There's a lot of work to be done, but that's why they're doing it, and that's the intention.
In Bassin, what is the bulwark against every person making that calculation, a librarian or a teacher or a mid-level person at the Department of Justice or the IRS has to investigate and audit someone who's done nothing wrong? What makes every individual human do their thing to hold the line on our democracy?
Well, that's why community is so important, right? If you're isolated, it's hard to have the spine strong enough to do those things. But if you feel connected with others, then there's strength in numbers. And I think the other side of this is, on the question of why did the democracy argument fail, I think it's worth us holding two somewhat contradictory ideas in our minds at the same time. We're sophisticated enough, we can do this. One is, it fundamentally failed, and we have lessons to learn, because around the world, incumbents are being thrown out of office because of a general dissatisfaction among publics with their well-being, the state of the economy, their ability to access goods, their ability to find meaning and purpose and live a good life. And that's happening in countries where democracy is on the ballot and in countries where democracy is not on the ballot. Fundamentally, we need to be speaking more to people's sense of what they lack in their lives, their ability to access the good life. And we need to learn lessons about that going forward. And at the same time that we need to learn lessons, we shouldn't overlearn lessons. And what I mean by that is this. This was still a very close election. I think we are in shock because it looks like Donald Trump will sweep all of the swing states. But when all the votes are counted, it still will be a roughly 50-50 election, both nationally and in each of the swing states. People voted on the economy. They didn't vote on tyranny. And if Donald Trump overplays his hand, there's going to be a backlash to it because people, as has been said, didn't vote for what I think they might get.
Ian Basson, Angelo Carasone, and Tim Miller, all of you national treasures, thank you for being here with me today by my side. When we come back, abortion rights, again, paradoxically maybe, being a big winner at the ballot box, even though Trump won big, how voters in state after state did vote to protect reproductive freedom, even as they voted for the president who took it away. That's next. In a night with just a few bright spots for Democrats, the enormous victories for abortion rights ballot initiatives, even in deep red states, was a ray of hope. In 7 out of 10 states, voters showed up to protect or expand abortion rights access. In Arizona, that state's initiative, Proposition 139, is projected to pass, repealing the state's 15-week abortion ban. In the Republican stronghold of Missouri, voters there overturned that state's near-total abortion ban. And in red Montana, voters enshrined abortion rights into that state's constitution. Even in Florida, where the abortion ballot initiative is projected to fall short of the 60% required to pass, it is projected to receive more than 57% of the vote there, outpacing Donald Trump's margin in the state of Florida. Joining our conversation, President of Reproductive Freedom for All, Minnie Timuraju, is here. Hi there, Minnie. How you doing?
Hanging in there, Nicole. How are you?
I'm about the same. I do feel, though, inspired by Vice President Kamala's words. I went back and watched Hillary Clinton's 2016 concession, and I really do believe that it's sort of in the, I think you're still at Howard. I think right there is where the coalition begins to assemble to fight for the presidency 4 years from today. And I think there's so much to learn about how successful your messages and your campaigns were among men and women, voters young and old, to protect access to abortion. And I think it seems, you tell me, but the mission now is to figure out how to attach that to the two candidates.
That's absolutely right. Look, I mean, it's obviously a devastating day for reproductive freedom in terms of the position, losing the presidency. Sorry, Nicole. We had a pretty significant loss in the U.S. Senate as well. But I want to note two races that recently broke our way, Tammy Baldwin and Alyssa Slotkin. They ran on reproductive freedom and won. That was the defining issue for those races. And we've got candidates in state legislatures and state Supreme Courts who also ran and won on this issue. So in addition to the ballot measures, we did see successful down ballot candidate races on this issue. I think the big question is, how do we decouple, how do we understand what happened in a place like Montana, where we saw those overwhelming results for the ballot measure, and then we saw the significant loss of someone like a John Tester to Tim Sheehy? You know, we've got some theories about this. You know, one is, did these ballot measures give some sort of permission structure to voters, right? I'm voting for Donald Trump, but then I'm also protecting my abortion rights by voting for this ballot measure. We need to understand better how to make sure candidates benefit from this message, but also we know that there was a lot of disinformation and muddling of the issue from Donald Trump about his position on abortion access, his position on reproductive rights and reproductive freedom. So there's a lot to unpack in the next couple of days. We've done exit polling that we're hoping to have results for by the end of the week. And we really need to dig into some of the public sentiment around these issues and why folks did not feel the threat of a Trump Trump presidency, a future Trump presidency, and all the things we outlined about Project 2025 and things you and I have talked about, like Comstock. There's a lot we have to figure out.
Minnie, one of the blessings of this candidacy was to witness the bravery of women like Hadley Duvall. Let me read her statement last night. Quote, "The past year and a half, I stepped onto a platform I never imagined I would have. I didn't do it for fame or money or applause. I did it because I know what it is like to have your innocence and power taken by a man who has promised to protect you. My heart breaks for the women who have to watch so many idolize their abuser. What a privilege it must be to see today as a victory. We are pissed. We are heartbroken. We have rage, as we should. But we are not done. Thank you to those who have supported me, led me, and loved me as their own family. To the young girls who feel like nobody sees you, I do. And this fight will always be for you." This is the most inspirational thing I've seen all day long. And I wonder if you can just say a little bit about the fight that starts tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, the fight actually started today. I will say, incredibly moving statement from Hadley Duvall. The abortion storytellers that you've featured, that we've talked to, that have been all over the country campaigning for the vice president and campaigning for these ballot measures in really tough states. Remember, Hadley first spoke out in her home state of Kentucky. They are the true heroes of this moment. Their work is going to be critical to what the next 4 years of resistance is going to look like. We have to immediately get to work holding these new elected officials accountable and making sure that our coalition that includes independents and Republicans that have crossed over on the ballot measures and on the issue join us in the fight to protect abortion access, protect IVF, protect contraception. And that these Republicans who won by moderating their positions on this are held accountable.
Minnie Timaraji, thank you for everything you've done. Our conversations are to be continued. A quick break for us. We'll be right back. We are tracking several high-profile races for the United States Senate. Minnie Timaraji mentioned this one. NBC News projecting that Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin will win the open Senate race in Michigan. Now to some other races that at this hour so far remain uncalled. In Pennsylvania, NBC News is characterizing the race between Republican Dave McCormick and incumbent Democrat Bob Casey as too close to call. Similar story over in Nevada with Republican Sam Brown and incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen locked in a race that NBC News is right now calling too close to call. And finally, in Arizona, Democrat Ruben Gallego is facing off against Republican Kari Lake. That race is right now too early to call. We'll stay on top of all of that for you. Another break for us. We'll be right back.